Honorable Aden Duale, is expected to appear before the floor of the House this afternoon to respond to various questions by 6 members. The member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi, will be seeking to get an explanation from the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry on why the National Environment Management Authority, commonly referred to as NEMA, issued a license for the construction of residential properties along Othaya Road, Kileleshwa, despite the potential environmental impact caused by the developer. Also, why NEMA permitted the construction of the said building to proceed without public participation, and also explain why the developer has been able to continue constructing the said illegal structures even after repeated requests and petitions from concerned residents. The member for Chepalungu, also Honorable Victor Koech, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary to confirm the presence of Lalea Company Limited and Naraitoi Company Limited that are engaging in large-scale irrigation-based farming along Amalo River in Chepalungu constituencies. Also confirm the allegations made by the residents of surrounding villages, including Chemegwa, Kinyanga, Kobolwo, Kosia, Kamosiro, Nogirwet, and Kamongil area, that the said companies are engaging in cloud seeding activities, resulting in alterations to the local rainfall patterns, with some villages experiencing a complete lack of rain throughout the year, despite other parts of the constituency receiving rainfall. I'm sure at this point we will be able to understand the activities of cloud seeding once the Cabinet Secretary explains in length, or rather when he responds in length to this particular question that will be asked by the Honorable Member for Chepalungu. Also, the Honorable Member Victor Koech will be seeking the Cabinet Secretary to study the steps the Ministry intends to take to address the concerns raised by the affected residents. The member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, will also be seeking some explanations from the Cabinet Secretary on the reasons behind the depletion of rivers. This includes the number of permanent rivers that have dried up in each county over the past 4 years, and the plans by the ministry to address and mitigate the situation. Also enumerate the entities and groups that discharge their effluent in rivers, along with the number of private dams constructed in the last 2 years, and the policy statement outlining the penalties imposed on such entities for negative environmental actions. The member for Nakuru County, Honorable Liza Chelule, also will be seeking some elaboration from the Cabinet Secretary on the initiatives undertaken by the ministry to preserve wetlands and catchment areas within the country, and further state the effectiveness of such institutions. That is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, making his way into the chamber already inside the chambers. Of course, he will be giving his communication with regards to the activities of Parliament going forward. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Need you Mlemba. Mwalimu.
The prayer has been said and the chair has been taken, but the House lacks the requisite quorum. This is unlike the Tuesday afternoon sitting, where after the prayer had been said and the chair taken, the House had attained its quorum, but it's a bit different on this afternoon sitting. This afternoon, remember, the business that will be transacted is the cabinet secretaries responding to various questions that were forwarded to him by Parliament on concerns that were raised by various members. These are matters that relate to either county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns that the cabinet secretaries appear before Parliament to respond to those concerns. And this afternoon, we expect the cabinet secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, that is the Sergeant at Arms, indicating that the quorum has been achieved, as is the tradition. So allow me to hand you over to the live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
I have a communication.
Oh, we have a communication.
Yes. Thank you. Honorable members, I have a short communication on the public participation program on the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, further to the communication issued yesterday on consideration of the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and today's briefing on the public participation program relating to the consideration of the special motion I wish to guide further in the matter. As members are aware, the advertisements published today inviting submission of views and notifying the public of hearings on the special motion list all 290 constituencies and indicate that the exercise is to be coordinated from 47 count venues or collection centers across the country. Arising from the members' briefing held earlier today, I wish to clarify that the public participation program additionally contemplates the collection of views at the constituency level. In this regard, I confirm that the officers of the clerk shall be present to assist the collection and compilation of views from onward transmission to the office of the clerk through the respective collection compilation centers specified in the public advertisements. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Bukosi, you want to stand in for them?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Majority Leader, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, afternoon sitting. 1, the 2024 Annual Public Debt Management Report from the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and 2, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, Annual Report for the period ended 30th June 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable Murugara, your report is on my desk.
It's on my desk, yeah.
I'm going through it and have some issues with it. I need to discuss with you.
I've been informed. I was informed, Your Honor, I was informed. I have to come and see you. We have a discussion.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, there is a request for statement by Peter Mbogo, MP Mwatate. Is he in the House? Peter Mbogo. Honorable Tindi Mwale, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the fight against drug trafficking in the country. Honorable Speaker, over the years, Kenya has been identified as a transit country for heroin trafficking, trafficked from Afghanistan and the Arabian Gulf to Europe and Americas and other parts of Africa. Presently, there is a huge domestic heroin and cocaine abuse problem, particularly in the coastal region. Despite concerted effort by the government, there have been reports of state and public officials facilitating the inland movement of heroin and other drugs, as well as the activities of certain organized crime groups. A notable axis exists in Kenya between heroin trafficking and other crimes, such as corruption, human smuggling, armed trafficking, and poaching. The country also remains a transshipment point for the global cocaine trade. Reports indicate that upon arrival in Kenya, cocaine is shipped onwards to Ethiopia, Tanzania, Somalia, both for consumption and onward trade. It is noted that Kenya's cocaine trafficking market is attributed to limited maritime enforcement capabilities and hampered drug interception, as well as involvement of law enforcement officers who have been identified as the primary organizers and facilitators of cocaine distribution and retail sale within the country. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security to appraise the House on the following. Roman 1, the number of users of hard drugs in the country registered by National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, with specific focus on heroin and cocaine. Roman 2, the reported involvement of the law enforcement officers, especially Kenya Police and the National Intelligence Service, in facilitating cocaine transit, distributing, and sale in the country. And 3, Roman 3, the status of the war against drug abuse, including an enumeration of rehabilitation programs for persons affected by drug abuse, majority of whom are the youth. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tindi Mwale, Chairman, Administration and Internal Security, Tongoyo. Yes, Rindikiri, I am a member of the committee.
No, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to
say something to it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, this issue of drug and substance abuse is increasing day by day, particularly among our youth and in schools. Honorable Mwale has brought it at the right time, and I think it's a serious problem, and this needs to be fast-tracked. And I think we need more information from every region. I agree with the statement that there are some public officers who are conduits and the protectors of the drug traffickers. Mr. Speaker, if we have to save the generation of our youth, I think we need to have a deeper report, and I'm pleading with all the members in this House, including myself, that we avail information on what we know, not necessarily in one specific region. We all come up together and join hands, providing information that we collect from the constituencies so that this report is properly enhanced. I ask that the committee should not latch on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rwaida.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nampongeza mwanzo mheshimiwa kwa kuleta swala hili la mihadharati hapa bungeni. Kusema la kweli, hili swala linatuathiri sana. Na kabla sijaendelea kuchangia, nataka mheshimiwa uchukue tahadhari sana. Mimi mwenyewe hapa nilikuja nikataja majina ya kwangu, na ilikuwa mwanzo wa maisha yangu kubadilika. Bunge la 12 nilikasirika, ilikuwa imezidi, nikaja nikataja jina. Maisha yangu ilibadilika, ikabidi sasa nitembee na askari kila pahali. Na nikaongezewa na askari. Na nashukuru bunge hili walinisaidia sana. Hii shida iko, na ilikuwa imeletwa mpaka kuzungumza, inakuwa ukizungumza wewe ndio unakuwa mbaya. Wale wanauza mihadharati si wabaya, wewe unayezungumza kama mbunge Kuna siku mimi nilienda pahali kwa mkutano, nikazungumza, nilikaribishwa nikazungumza. Kuna mtu alikuja akanishika hivi, akaniambia usizungumze maneno hayo. Yaani ukizungumza umewaletea wao shida. Wamekuwa wale wanayouza wana power zaidi kushinda hata wewe mbunge unakatazwa hata usizungumze. Wakati experience yangu wakati nikiomba kura, madrug dealer paka wa Lamu West wote walitoka wakaja Lamu East kunipinga nisipate, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu akawa na mimi na ndio nikarudi hapa. Hii tatizo kwangu Lamu East iko kubwa sana. Youth wetu ilikuwa percentage inaongezeka. Mwanzo ilikuwa ni nimesahau hizo numbers, lakini Red Cross wanazo. Vile inaongezeka ni maajabu. Watoto wameathirika, watoto ni vulnerable kwa sababu wako pale karibu na mpaka. Wale wakitumika vibaya itaanza kuleta hatari sana. Kwa hivyo jambo hili la mihadharati, mimi nataka pia kama ni waziri anakuja na mimi nije nichangie hapo. Sahihi, naomba permission kabisa niwe friend of that committee, niende pia. Kuna matatizo tunawajua paka majina tunawajua speaker. Kama kwangu eneo bunge langu wote wanauza mihadharati. Ukichukua mtoto ukimwambia nipeleke nani anauza mihadharati, anaweza kuonesha ni huyu anauza mihadharati. Lakini ukitaja majina nitapata tena shida nyingine. Hiyo shida nimeipata paka naogopa sasa. Ni shida. Watoto utamuona ameumia, anatoka usaha, ukimpa 200 anakimbilia nipe 200 aende hospitali, anaenda kula mihadharati. Hili tatizo liko na linatuathiri sana. Na tukiliacha kuendelea zaidi itatuathiri zaidi. Asante. Sasa hii angalau mmeanza kusema huku, lakini cost ni zaidi. Lilikuwa ni janga la cost tu, sasa ile kwa limekuwa janga la Kenya nzima, cocaine. Asante. Na kwangu si cocaine peke yake. Kwangu kuna drugs zinatoka ni tembe. Zinaitwa karambela. Nimezungumza paka kwa security meeting, naambiwa zilete hizo karambela tuzione, hatuzijui. Lakini kisha wao wenyewe wameniambia wamezipata. Karambela inauzwa shilingi 20. Youth akikula hizo karambela anakuwa wild animal. Anaweza fanya chochote. Na ziko na hakuna kitu inachukuliwa. Na ziko speaker, wewe mwenyewe ukitumana hapa mtu aenda kanunue pahali, utapelekwa paka hapa ndio anauza. Hakuna ambaye hajui nani anauza. Ni hawachukui tu majukumu. Asante.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And I think cost, yes, suffers a disproportionately higher percentage of users, but cities like Nairobi are also suffering. And Mr. Speaker, as this request for statement goes to the committee, I'm hoping that the committee will apply itself on two very critical issues. One, on the role of NACADA. Mr. Speaker, NACADA in its current form and state cannot deal with the drug issue in this country. In fact, we might want to think as a parliament whether we want to make NACADA to be directly under the President's office or the Ministry of Interior, so that it gets the teeth that it needs to bite. Because the elements that are needed...
NACADA is under Ministry of Interior.
In agreement, Mr. Speaker, yes. You didn't let me prosecute. Yes. It is not fully there because, Mr. Speaker, there are some functions of NACADA that have been taken up and put in county governments. And what is happening is that the revenue that counties are looking for is encouraging them to open as many bars as possible. And these bars, not only is alcohol being consumed there, but these bars are also the places where drugs are being trafficked through. So NACADA now ends up suffering the problem of not having resources to undertake the war against drugs, but the counties on the other side are also licensing too many bars, even close to schools, close to hospitals, residential areas, and so on. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, is that when the issue of drugs was brought to this parliament, you are a member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I do remember the former minister, Minister Saitoti, and the issues that were prosecuted in this house. Mr. Speaker, we will need as a nation to move this war of drugs from fighting users to following the chain. From the user, there is a peddler. From the peddler, there is a dealer. From the dealer, there is the baron. From the baron, there are international cartels. And this user would never get the drugs if these drugs never found their way into the territory of Kenya. So the problem is way higher up than this young man or woman that we are criminalizing as a user. The user is at the end of the chain. So as the committee is prosecuting this matter, let us also see what it is that we can do to upscale this fight from the level of the ground where we are criminalizing the user all the way to the peddler, to the dealer, to the baron, and see how then we can also arrest it using the international instruments that are available. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Justice Kamei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice to this very, very pertinent subject. An issue that is threatening the generations of this country. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, we used to think that it was a phenomenon of cities like Mombasa and Nairobi. The truth of the matter that right now is that this substance abuse has gone to rural areas like our constituencies. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there is something called Kutber. I don't know where it came from. Kuber. Something called Kuber. I don't know where it came from. That language does not even belong.
It's called?
Kuber.
Kuber.
Kuber. K-U-B-E-R. I don't know where it came from. You see a young man putting it in his mouth. The next thing is a pale shadow of himself. It is spreading in so many schools, institutions, Mr. Speaker, and it is threatening the generations of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want us as Parliament to apply ourselves fully to this issue and not to leave it to the Ministry of Interior alone and not leave it to NACADA alone. Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Yes, Ounda.
Honorable Speaker, thanks a lot for my colleague, Mheshimiwa Tindi Mwale, for bringing this matter. But I think it's being too elitist to only consider these imported and high-value drugs. Honorable Speaker, where we come from, we have the menace of bang, sativa, whatever it's called, bang. And Honorable Speaker,
It's called cannabis sativa.
Cannabis sativa. I'm most unfortunate because I border Uganda. And what happens, nowadays the growing is being done in Uganda, and Funyula constituency, particularly the border point at Bukwamba and part of Sigalame, is the entry point to Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, I will shock you beyond belief that actually the people who are growing bang in Uganda and transport and peddling through across Kenya to come to Nairobi are actually the policemen. They are the policemen. And we have raised this issue continuously. I even raised it with the county commander.
Are you saying Kenyan policemen?
Yes, Kenyan policemen.
In Uganda?
Yes, they cross over to Uganda and grow bang and bring and they make sure they supervise the border point because Sapora's border point through Mulwanda, Sigalame, and Bukwamba, and actually transport it and they escort it all the way, Honorable Speaker, to here Nairobi. You can see how deep rooted this menace is, how well it is supported and protected by the security forces. And that's why we want to ask the committee, and it's good has been directed to the Committee of Internal Security. They really need to rein on their police force and all security apparatus in this country. Yes, they make a lot of money from it, much more than they make from their salaries and allowances. But you cannot do that at the expense of the young people in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you go to most schools in Western Kenya, when you look at the boys and the girls, even the girls are becoming notorious. They look like zombies. We are even worried. We used to laugh that people from Mount Kenya region and central, their classrooms, kindergarten classrooms were empty. Probably the next few years to come, in Western Kenya, also the classrooms are going to be empty because the boys are not doing the work they are supposed to do. Women are complaining all over, Honorable Speaker. We ask you for your assistance to solve this menace so that we can continue to reproduce because we need more numbers to take over our position as we grow old. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Katana.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Swala la mihadarati ni swala nyeti sana. Bwana Spika, zamani madawa ya kulevya yalikuwa yanapatikana mijini. Lakini kufikia sasa yameingia mpaka mashinani. Na wanaumia zaidi ni watoto wa shule. Bwana Spika, watoto wetu siku hizi wameanza kujiua kwa sababu wakikula madawa ya kulevya kufikiria kwao kunakuwa ni duni. Tujiulize swala moja, Bwana Spika. Kenya hatuna shamba la cocaine wala hatuna shamba la heroin. Haya madawa yote ya kulevya yanatoka nje. Ni wapi ambapo kuna ulegevu ambapo inaruhusu madawa haya kuingia katika nchini? Kama vile ndugu yangu amesema, kuna baadhi ya vitengo vya usalama ambao wanajua ni kina nani wanaleta mihadarati, wanajua ni kina nani wanauza mihadarati, lakini watu hawa hawawezi kushikwa kwa sababu wanalindwa na wanalipa baadhi ya polisi wetu ili waweze kuwalinda waendelee na biashara yao haramu. Ni wakati mwafaka, Bwana Spika, kama taifa sisi sote bila kulaumu mtu yoyote tujitolee kama Wakenya kusema kwamba swala la mihadarati ni lazima liharamishwe katika nchi yetu kwa sababu linahatarisha usalama wa kitaifa. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi.
Bwana Katana, tayari limeharamishwa. Is unlawful to be found with drugs.
Bwana Spika, ndio tunasema vitengo vya usalama vimelegea. Ni lazima kwa sababu hatuna mashamba ya cocaine, hatuna mashamba ya heroin. Kule zinakotoka ni lazima waangalie kama zinakuja kwa njia ya meli ama kwa njia yoyote, mipaka yetu lazima ilindwe, tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna mihadarati inaingia katika taifa letu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Benja will be the last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honorable member for bringing up this matter. Mr. Speaker, drugs are threatening to kill our whole generation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the committee looks at this matter, I want to propose to them that the committee should look at who are the actors, Mr. Speaker, where are the failures in terms of enforcement, Mr. Speaker. And number three, Mr. Speaker, much more important, is we might accuse NACADA for not performing, but we must also look at the law that establishes NACADA, whether we can propose amendments to that law to give it more powers, more teeth, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be able to act accordingly, Mr. Speaker. So I support the statement.
Chair Security, Owen Bayer.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Tongo is not here, neither is the Vice Chair Colonel is not here.
Inform them to bring a report, an answer in the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Member from Taita Taveta. Member for Taita Taveta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Member from Mwatate, sorry.
It's Mwatate.
Mwatate, Bwana Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to give my statement. My statement reads.
You should tender an apology to the House for coming late. This is the second time I'm calling you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, for coming late.
Yes.
I was tied up somewhere in the hospital. I had gone to see a patient. Sorry for that.
Go ahead.
Request for statement regarding the rise of insecurity in Taita Taveta County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the recent rise of insecurity in Taita Taveta, particularly in Voi and Mwatate constituencies. Honorable Speaker, the rise of insecurity in Taita Taveta County has negatively impacted not only the safety but the well-being of the residents, particularly in Voi and Mwatate constituencies. The constituencies have experienced a number of insecurity incidences in the last 5 months, with people being killed and borders stolen. For instance, in May 2024, Mr. Marian Shali Chow of ID number 278-97833 was found dead at a satellite site around Rianchore hillside with multiple cut wounds. Additionally, a border rider, Mr. Dunningston Makio Mangombe of ID number 1382264, was found dead on 14th April 2024 in Voi Central Business District and his border stolen. On May 28, 2024, Mr. Silas Silomengo Machongo, a border rider in Ronge Ward, was found dead in Voi constituency and his border stolen, while Mr. Julius Mafuga of ID number 299-51391 was allegedly beaten to death. Mr. Sylvans Manjala Mvoi of ID number 370-23429 was attacked and severely injured on 2nd September 2024 within Sagala Ward in Taita Taveta County, and his border stolen. He was rushed to Moi County Referral Hospital for treatment and later referred to Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center in Moshi, Tanzania, where he succumbed to the injuries. The matter was reported to Voi Police Station under OB number 63/03/09/2024. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. Provide a report on the status of investigation into the incidences, including the death and attacks reported to Voi Police Station. 2. The action being taken to ensure the perpetrators of the crimes are arrested and prosecuted without delay. And 3. The measures being put in place to curb insecurity in the region. I thank you, Hon Speaker, on Peter Mbogo, MP Mwatate constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Mbogo. Owen Baya, inform Tongoyo to bring a response in 2 weeks.
If you allow me to say something.
Yes.
This is the fourth statement, request of statement on insecurity in Taita Taveta that I have had. I remember Danson Mwashako raised it, and I think another member also raised it. It doesn't seem to go away. And I have had them mention somebody I know from Rongeju. And Honorable Speaker, I think we need to look at this just bringing of statements and stating facts the way they are without looking for a solution to the problem is making us act in vain. Probably, Honorable Speaker, you may need to give a direction that something be done, because a statement will be written, it will be brought here, it will be read, and no action is being done to ensure there is security in Taita Taveta. So, Honorable Speaker, even when we give these statements, some action needs to be done. And I don't know what direction you will give, but I have had my mother's relative having been killed. They will finish those people and I'll have no uncles left. So, Honorable Speaker, I think we need a much more robust action on the ground, whether you need to order those people there to sit down and review the security there and give us a report. Otherwise, somebody will sit at the headquarters, write a report, and tell us, yes, it happened, this day happened, this thing happened, and that is what it is, as it is. And it does not help to solve the problem. We would like to have a solution there, and this Parliament can enforce the solution, Honorable Speaker.
The next minister to appear before the House is likely to be security, so be ready to confront him with the questions, including insecurity in Mwatate. In the meantime, the members elected to come to the House to be answered by the committee, so the committee chair will bring a response in 2 weeks. But Mr. Mbogo, Honorable Mbogo, I'll give you an opportunity when the minister comes for you to prosecute that concern. Next, Gonzirai, member for Kinango.
Here, sir. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Provincial Standing Order 44 into brackets 2 into brackets C, I rise to request for for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the safety of Ms. Riziki Luvuno Mambo, holder of passport number AK 325501, who went missing in Saudi Arabia in March 2024. Honorable Speaker, Madam Riziki Luvuno Mambo has been residing in Saudi Arabia since July 2023, when she moved there for employment. However, her family, with whom she maintained regular communication, claims to have lost contact with her on the 12th of March 2024, raising concerns about her safety and whereabouts. Following her lack of communication, the family received reports on 23rd of April 2024 that they said that she had been arrested and was being held at Jeddah Sawara police station in Saudi Arabia. It is alleged that she was found in a state of distress, wandering the streets, and appeared to be suffering from mental health condition. Efforts by the family to secure her repatriation to Kenya have not been successful. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs on the following. 1. The circumstances surrounding the arrest of Madam Riziki Luvuno Mambo by the Saudi Arabia police. 2. Steps that the relevant government agencies have taken to ascertain her whereabouts and secure her expedition release from custody and repatriation to Kenya for proper physical and mental care. And 3. The measures that the government has taken to guarantee the safety of all Kenyans living and working abroad to ensure that they receive timely government assistance in case of distress. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rai. Chairman, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will get the response in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. So that. Next order. Yes, Ondo.
Honorable Speaker, and I request Honorable Mbaya to ask the Chairman of Health to pay attention. Please, can we get the attention of the Chairman of Departmental Committee of Health?
Sir, Honorable Ondo is craving for your attention.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday afternoon, the Chairman, I read a statement from the Minister of Health concerning the rollover from NHIF to this new animal called, I don't know, it's called sheep or share or whatever it is called. And Honorable Speaker, since yesterday, I being one of them, and I'm sure many of our colleagues here will bear me witness, we have been inundated by so many calls from our constituents who are generally stranded in hospitals. Because in many hospitals, be they private or public, many patients are being told that the NHIF card they have is not valid, is not acceptable at this particular moment. And that's why I want, with your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, the chairman, being the representative of the executive here, and me being a member of the government, to assure the Kenyans wherever they are, to give this assurance and give it to these members of parliament and all Kenyans wherever they are, that the transition from NHIF to SHIF is seamless. When if you just have the card for NHIF, you still receive the same services that you would have received under the new SHIF as we wait the transition process to be completed. Honorable Speaker, let me go on record. And let me go on record. Again, somebody distracting the attention of the chairman. It seems he's extremely on high demand. Honorable Speaker, let me go on record. As we were coming in this afternoon session, one of my constituents called me that they had earlier booked to go for spinal injury operation at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Hospital. At the point of discharge today, they were told that the card they have is not valid, cannot be used. Luckily enough, and Honorable Speaker, my God is always with me whenever I walk. I bumped into the chair, and he was magnanimous enough to pick his call the CEO of the hospital, and that's how we have been able to intervene and save the situation. I'm just wondering, how many Kenyans have got access to Dr. Pukose? How many Kenyans can the CEO of any of this referral hospital pick their calls and listen to them? So we want him to give Kenyans an assurance that whichever any kind of those kind of issues arise, it must be seamless and very clear that you simply have to confirm you are a full paid up NHIF contributor and you will be attended to and discharged as per the existing agreement. I hope, Honorable Speaker, this will save the trouble and the pressure many members of Parliament are going through at this particular time. For you, Dr. Bukose, for what you have done today, may the Almighty God increase the number of noises in your homestead. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Undo for being magnanimous enough to accept that we have been able to intervene and his patient will now be going home after the spinal surgery that was done at Kenyatta University, and we were able to call Dr. Dagane, who is the CEO, Kenyatta University, and intervened. Honorable members, for record purposes, as we speak today, 12,600,833 as per today, Kenyans have been transitioned to Social Health Insurance Fund. Out of that, those who are in NHIF are 9,640,523, and those who are newly registered are 2,900,323. This is the current figures. And the members, I can confirm that as you will find that messages are coming to your phone, where without you even having done anything, you are among those 9,600,000 that have been transitioned from NHIF to Social Health Insurance Fund through the system without you doing anything, after they cleaned the system. The system initially had about 12 million Kenyans, but about 3 million people do not exist in the Kenya National Registration Bureau. So it is only after cleaning the fingerprints that everybody, when you have your key in your ID, you will find that now you don't need to take your fingerprints, because what the system they have now is that with your ID, they can access your fingerprints within the Kenya National Registration Bureau. I want to assure Kenyans outside there and the honorable members in this house that no Kenyan will be denied the services. I think the unfortunate information outside there is that it is the ministry is not doing enough, but I know they are trying their best. But we want the information to reach to every Kenyan that if you are a paid up member on the NHIF, you will automatically transition and your services will not be interrupted. So, and Honorable Unda is a witness, because when we called the CEO Kenyatta, he has personally gone to see the patient in that ward in bed 7. I think it was bed 7, bed 9 in the Jude ward. Yes, so he's personally gone to see the patient, and many of those within the hospitals, they should not worry about paid up members who are in the NHIF. They have now been transitioned, and the Social Health Insurance Fund is doing its best to send messages so that you get messages to know that you are up to date. And they have also created
an emergency line, which is a toll line, which they can be able to respond to any questions when you have challenges. We know this is a teething problem, but the ministry is up to its position to make sure that no Kenyan is denied services wherever they go, and they are paid up members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, your Thursday statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 1st October 2024, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, this morning the House resolved to suspend its sittings of Thursday, 3rd October 2024, so as to allow administrative arrangements necessary to facilitate the program for public participation on the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Consequently, the House will reconvene on Tuesday morning. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, members will note that the House will convene from 9 a.m. to commence consideration of the special motion on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. In line with the procedural motion passed by the House, it is expected that during the afternoon sitting, the House will sit until conclusion of the debate on the special motion. Honorable Speaker, in view of the foregoing, I urge members to be present and actively participate in this vital constitutional process. Your insights and contributions are critical, and together, Honorable Speaker, we can ensure that our deliberations reflect the collective wisdom, values, and aspirations of our society. Members, let us come together not just as legislators, but as stewards of integrity and future of our motherland. A robust discussion will allow us to consider various perspectives, ensuring that our final decisions are well informed and representative of the views of our constituents. As representatives of the people, it is our solemn duty to engage in discussions that uphold justice, equality, and the democratic principles that define us. Notably, Honorable Speaker, this matter transcends party lines and speaks to our commitment to good governance, accountability, and fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law. Indeed, as the Indian author and philanthropist Rohin Nilekani once said, we cannot be mere consumers of good governance. We must be participants, and we must be co-creators of good governance. I end the quote. Honorable Speaker, having said that, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 9th October 2024, to respond to the following questions. And just like the Honorable Speaker told the member for Mwatate, this is the time that probably he needs to bring those questions. And that day, on the Wednesday, 9th October 2024, the first question by private notice will be question number 008 of 2024 by the member for Lugari, the Honorable Nabwera Nabi, MP, regarding circumstances that led to the death of two brothers Mr. Bonventure Ounza of ID number 380-63032, and Mr. Callistus Apuike of ID number 41-444-793 by police based at Santo Police Station. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is the question by private notice number 11 of 2024 by the member for Moyale, the Honorable Professor Jaldesa Guyo Wako, the gynecologist, regarding the status of the investigations into the shooting of Ms. Kabale Galgalo Guyo of ID number 3976-3161 around Kangemi Mosque in Nairobi County. The next question is question number 271 of 2023. This is a 2023 question, Honorable Speaker, by the member for Laisamis, the Honorable Joseph Lokuton, MP, regarding staffing of births and registration offices in Laisamis and Loyangalani sub-counties. Question number 02 of 2024, Honorable Speaker, by the member for Matungu, the Honorable Oscar Peter Nabulindo, MP, regarding the surge in cases of livestock theft in the Western region and in particular Matungu constituency. Another question, number 3 of 2024, by the member for Kinango, the Honorable Gonzi Rai, who I saw around here, is regarding the deployment of the contingent of General Service Unit GSU to Kazamoyo village in Kwale County. Question number 5 of 2024 by the member for Bahati, the Honorable Irene Joki, MP, regarding the replacement of the vehicle with registration plate number GKB 340J assigned to Deputy County Commissioner for Nakuru North Sub-County. The other question, Honorable Speaker, is question number 37 of 2024 by the member for Isiolo South, the Honorable Tubi Budi, MP, regarding the special vetting of ID cards applications carried out by the Ministry for the residents from northeastern and other border regions of the country. The next question is question number 45 of 2024 by the member for Fafi, the Honorable Yakub Farah, MP, regarding actions taken by the government to enhance security in Fafi constituency. The next question, Honorable Speaker, is question number 48 of 2024 by the member for Emuhaya, the Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP, regarding the security of the non-local teachers in Mandera County and border northeastern regions. Again, on the cards, Honorable Speaker, is question number 050 of 2024 by the member for Kilome, the Honorable Thaddeus Zambia, MP, regarding the criteria for gazettement of the Nzai sublocation in Makueni constituency. Honorable Speaker, next is the question number 59, 2024, by the nominated member, Hon Irene Mayaka, MP, regarding statistics of fully operational gender desk equipment in police stations in the country to deal with gender-based violence in the country. Again, Honorable Speaker, there's a question number 123 of 2024 by the member for Yatta, the Honorable Robert Basil, MP, regarding the omission of Yatta Sub-County Administrative Unit from the Gazette number 1766 of 14 February 2024. I'm coming to the end, Honorable Speaker, and the second to last question is question number 124 of 2024 by the member for Kiambu, the Honorable Mashua Waithaka, MP, regarding delay in issuing national ID cards within Kiambu constituency. And lastly, Honorable Speaker and members, is question number 126 of 2024 by the member for Sigor, the Honorable Peter Lochakapong, MP, regarding the number and contractual details of the employees recruited by the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, UNHCR, to the Department of Refugees. Honorable Speaker, Tuesday is the day we reconvene. Honorable Speaker, we have a long agenda, a big agenda for that day, and as members depart for public participation, I wish them journey masses and good public participation. And therefore, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Monday, 7th October 2024 to schedule business for the rest of that week. This is Monday, not Tuesday, Monday 7th, Honorable Speaker. So members of the House Business Committee be notified so that we'll schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House today. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good luck.
Thank you, Honorable Owen Bayer. Honorable members, we'll now go to questions. The Honorable Aden Bare Duale, Minister for Environment, or Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, is already in the House. Welcome, Waziri. We'll now go to questions. In the interest of time, try to be as precise and concise as you can. Members, I'll only allow one joyrider on each question. No more than that. We'll start with the member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi. You look surprised, Atandi?
No. I'm not surprised, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I'm aware that the Cabinet Secretary for Environment is supposed to come to
He's
respond to my
already here.
question. Yes.
So go ahead and ask your question if you are ready, or we move to the next.
Honorable Speaker, let me get the question. In the meantime, you can go to the next question. I don't have the question ready.
Question 105 of 2024, member for Chepalungu.
Oh, thank you.
Victor Koech Mandazi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have the question.
Mandazi, you are... go back to the bar and bow and come back.
Honorable Speaker, I'm ready.
Go ahead, Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is number 304 of 2023.
Yes.
And the question is, one, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, issued a license for the construction of residential properties along Othaya Road, Kileleshwa on LR number 33734/338, despite the potential environmental impact caused by the developer? Number two, state why NEMA permitted the construction of the said building to proceed without public participation. Number three, explain why the developer has been able to continue constructing the said illegal structures even after repeated requests and petitions from concerned residents. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to come back to this house, which is my second home, a house that I have a lot of respect for and members that I have a lot of regard for. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atandi asked a number of questions. In the interest of time, Speaker, I want to state that my ministry and agencies that are under me, like NEMA, are fully committed to upholding the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, Cap 387, and all its regulations as passed by this House, with the primary objective of ensuring environmental protection and sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, let me say it for record, that environmental protection for this generation and the future generation is found in the preamble of the Kenyan Constitution. So it's not even an article of the Constitution. There are many articles, but the preamble of our Constitution talks about protecting our environment for this generation and the future. Coming to the specific question, in the case of the proposed residential development, LR number 3734/338 on Othaya Road, Kileleshwa, allow me to note that the following why NEMA issued a license for the construction. The said developer, named Dirty Land Company, sought to construct a 314 5-story building consisting of 224 residential units. Given the scale of this project, Mr. Speaker, it was classified as a high-risk undertaking as defined by Section 58(1) of MCA as passed by this House, and Legal Notice number 31 of 2019. As per the law, any high-risk project, Mr. Speaker, is required to undergo a thorough environmental impact assessment process to assess if there are any environmental impacts. An environmental impact assessment, Mr. Speaker, was conducted through a NEMA-registered EIA expert called Neolife Consultants Limited, and the report was submitted to NEMA for review and ultimate to give a license. The reference number of that environmental impact assessment, Mr. Speaker, is attached, and the member has. Same, Mr. Speaker, NEMA reviewed the report, found it adequately addressed all the potential environmental impacts, supported by a detailed environmental and social management plan. The Nairobi City County, Mr. Speaker, or the Nairobi City County government approved the same development plan, and then NEMA issued the environmental impact license number NEMA EAA PSL 8261 on 7th July 2020 with conditions of sustainable development and sound environmental management of the proposed project, which to date NEMA, under its obligation, does continuous monitoring. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to affirm the Ministry's dedication to safeguarding the environment while balancing the need for sustainable development that contributes to Kenya's economic growth, socioeconomic growth. Our action remains aligned with both the national and international environmental standards. Honorable Speaker, the second question that the member have asked my good friend Honorable Atandi will state the reasons why NEMA permitted the construction of the said building to proceed without public participation. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to know that public participation is a critical and a principle in our Constitution. It is also a very integral part of any environmental impact process, assessment process, as mandated by Section 59 and Section 60 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, and above all, Regulations 19 of the Environmental Impact Assessment and Environmental Assessment Regulation 2003, passed by this August House. For this project, I wish to confirm public participation, Mr. Speaker, was conducted as follows, and it's there in the documents that I've provided to the House and to the member. NEMA dispatched copies of the Environmental Impact Assessment report to 9 lead agencies on the 4th of March 2019 for sectoral review and comments as required by Article 20 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations. These entities include the Ministry of Environment ourselves, the County Physical Planning of Nairobi, the Water Resource Authority, Kenya Urban Authority, Roads Authority, National Land Commission, Public Health officials of Nairobi County, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company, and finally Nairobi County Director of Environment. NEMA also, Mr. Speaker, had issued a proponent with a notice of publication on the 1st of March 2019 to invite the public to make oral or written comments on the Environmental Impact Assessment Study report. It was captured in all the daily papers. In the Star on Wednesday, 13th March 2019, again on the Star on the 20th March 2019, on the Kenya Gazette Notice number 2531 of 15th March 2019, in nearly about 4 radios, 4 classified adverts per day. NEMA received again varied public comments as detailed in the attached. Consequently, a public consultation meeting was held on the proposed site on the 27th of June 2019 with the participation from 62 residents. The minutes of the public consultation, Mr. Speaker, are attached. And that's why this House is going on a recess tomorrow to do public participation. It is central to our Constitution. Nobody can avoid it. Neither can NEMA has the luxury to avoid it. A major concern raised by the residents was conformity to zoning policy of the area and the number of floors, connection to the sewer. All these were addressed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me make it very clear as the new minister to this docket. Zoning, sewerage, all these are functions of the county government of Nairobi. And the Senate has a role to call the governor or his officials to the same. Speaker, in the view of that, I have just highlighted there was indeed meaningful public participation and information disclosure of the project. Question 3, Mr. Speaker, was why the developer has been able to continue constructing the said illegal structure even after repeated requests. Mr. Speaker, the construction has continued despite several petitions by some of the concerned residents. I am indeed aware that the residents have lodged petitions with NEMA and other government bodies. Residents were also advised to appeal for a tribunal independent evaluation on NEMA. Speaker, this House, in its mandate in making laws and regulations, has given the citizens recourse to appeal. If you are not happy with the NEMA decision, then you go to the NEMA Complaints Committee. If you are not happy, then you go to the independent environmental tribunal chaired by somebody of a standing of a judge of the High Court. And reputable institutions like Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, have their representation. So the members were advised to go there, and the Speaker, since there was no court order, nobody has gone to the tribunal, nobody has gone for an independent evaluation of the NEMA decision. NEMA and the other agencies continue to monitor with the compliance with the environmental impact assessment. Mr. Speaker, finally, I wish to reiterate the following. The Ministry through NEMA remains committed to ensuring all full compliance with the Environmental Management and Coordination Act and its regulations as passed by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think we're going to give one joyrider. Let me see. The Honorable Gitonga Murugar, member for Tharaka Nithi. Oh, you're on the intervention button. The Honorable Zamzam. Oh no, she's pulled it out. Yes, I was going to allow you after one joyrider. Then you can respond, but we can go to you directly if there are no people. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me say that the response by the Cabinet Secretary appears satisfactory. And given that also is new, I don't want to put a lot of pressure on him. The only observation that I want to make based on his response is that it appears these matters will be dealt more by the county government of Nairobi County Government is one that should take a lot of blame on this matter, because the initial concern was that that area is zoned and the buildings that are coming up are beyond the guidelines of the particular zoning. So it means that the Nairobi County Government has allowed these structures to go up beyond the guidelines of the zoning. But what I wanted to ask the minister is that these buildings are coming up and issues like drainage, the sewerage systems of the area have not been improved or expanded. Don't you think that as the minister in charge of environment, this is something that should concern you, that structures are going up even to 20th floor, yet these structures are also important. So are they not going to affect the environmental aspects of the county? And going forward, things like flooding. You saw what happened during the recent flooding. One of the issues that was raised is that we are not respecting the environmental orders. So I wanted to ask you, the Minister, because you are new, and this is something that I know you are capable of addressing, can you tell us how you are going to address these concerns? Because that's the biggest problem. The other issues, as you have explained, we are going to see how they can be addressed by the county government of Nairobi. Because it appears that the county government of Nairobi is also supposed to ensure some of this compliance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think we can go to the next question. Honorable Luku, the time has gone up for that. Your member for Chabalungu, you may go to your question, 105/2024.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I would wish that the Cabinet Secretary before us today, I would like to read my question as follows. That could the Cabinet Secretary confirm the presence of Lalela Company Limited and Naraitoi Company Limited that are engaging in large-scale irrigation-based farming along Amalo River that is bordering Chepalungu constituency? Number two, confirm the allegation made by the residents of surrounding villages, including Chamengwa, Kinyanga, Kobalwo, Kosia, Kamosiro, Nogirwet, and Kamongil area that the said companies are engaging in cloud seeding activities, resulting in alterations to the local rainfall patterns, with some villages experiencing a complete lack of rain throughout the year, despite other areas of the constituency receiving rainfall. Number three, Speaker, state the steps that the ministry intends to take to address the concerns raised by the affected areas residents. Thank you, Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to, if you allow me, Honorable Atandi has raised it. The Constitution and the people of Kenya in their wisdom, have allowed separation of powers between the two levels of government. Zoning, waste management, pollution, whether it's air, sound, is a function of counties. But I want to assure this House, now that I'm the Minister for Environment, we will not issue a license. We will be the ones. If we don't issue, nobody can build. And I want members to help us and help the country. People are building flats that the people who live in those flats, in those residential areas, have no access to light, they have no access to fresh air, and you can imagine, if you have young children, those children will not grow. I'm not a doctor. Dr. Pukose and the doctors who are sitting in this house and those who are listening will agree with me. But I have given NEMA strict instructions that is not going to be business as usual. On Honorable Koet, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to confirm that there is the existence of these two companies, one in Narok West constituency, bordering Chepalungu constituency. And I also wish to confirm that these companies practice large-scale farming using irrigation. The second question, Madam Speaker, was to confirm the allegations made by the residents of those 5 or 6 villages that the said companies are engaged in something called cloud seeding. Madam Speaker, on the second question, if you allow me, let me, they're engaged in cloud seeding. Before I proceed, let me try to respond to this question and allow me briefly to explain to the House what cloud seeding is all about. Cloud seeding is where weather modification technique that changes the amount or the type of precipitation from the clouds in terms of rain. There has been research aimed at establishing whether this is viable, but all studies have shown that the input expenses are far more than the benefits. Madam Speaker, the ministry is not aware through our meteorological department that such entities are engaging in cloud seeding activities within the said locality. On the alteration of rain patterns in the area of interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, data available to us from the neighboring Longisa automatic station owned by Kenya Meteorological Department indicates that there has been an increase in the annual rainfall in that area totals as from 2018 to 2023, and I have attached the figure and the maps to this document, which I have shared with the members. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member asked to allow me to highlight that what the ministry, through the Meteorological Department, has done. The Meteorological Department, the Kenya Meteorological Department, has recently installed automatic weather stations in Chapalungu constituency and all its environments. However, specific variability in the specific locations could not be established due to lack of data. Our ministry and our department will continue monitoring the data for analysis to draw adequate information, and I want to assure you, once we make a policy formulation, we will forward to address this issue, and we will not allow our communities to be aggrieved. Madam Speaker, the third question was the steps the ministry intends to take to address the concern raised by the affected residents. Honorable Madam Speaker, on the last question, allow me from the onset to commit and to state our commitment towards protecting the interests of our local communities. To this end, in addressing the concerns of the affected residents, I commit to do a follow-up with the Ministry of Water and its agency, the Water Resource Authority, to ascertain the abstraction of water from both River Amalo and River Nyangores, as mentioned. And we will report back to this House in very, very due course within 2 weeks. Further, going forward, we hope that by the enactment of the meteorological bill, which is before the House, the Meteorological Department will have the powers to regulate weather-related activities in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before I allow one interjection and then the owner of the question to confirm whether he's satisfied with the answer by the Cabinet Secretary, allow me first to welcome very special guests who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery from Kisii County. Mr. Moega Onchweri, Mrs. Moega, Wakili Wycliffe Moega, and for Claire Ombati. And I think I'll allow the Honorable Sylvanus Osoro, to welcome them on behalf of the National Assembly. He will explain.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had to make this very, very special request, which is again unprecedented in this House, to welcome very, very special guests to me, because Mr. Moenga Onchweri picked me from the streets and took me to school upon the demise of my parents. This is a very special guest to me. It's a very emotional thing to me, because when he actually came where somebody had given me a small casual job of welding after I had dropped out of school, he picked me and decided to take me to school, back to school, educated me until I finished. And ironically, one thing that is very special, Honorable Speaker, is that this is the first time that Mr. Mwenga is tapping his feet in Parliament at 78 years old. And when I made a request to this House, Honorable Speaker, and to the leadership of this House, they agreed to have them sit there so that they see what we do in this House and to see their product. But again, on the flip side, Honorable Speaker, I got surprised today when I welcomed Mr. Mwenga that he also knows the Honorable Member for Kisii County, the Honorable Doris Donya Aburi. He also educated Honorable Donya Aburi because they actually happen to come also from the same village. So he's a very, very special person. His dream to become a member of Parliament years back did not materialize for Nyaribari Chache constituency, but I've just told him that by me being member of Parliament and Honorable Aburi member of Parliament is actually a double victory. So, and that is why I made this very special request. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the Honorable Donya Doris will give you 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the beauty of Samaritans. I'm always talkative, but when I look at them, today I'm very humble. I've eaten a lot of vegetables because parents and Samaritans are the best thing that God can give. You can even attest, Honorable Soro, you can think he was reading the Bible. He's also come because the parents are there. See what the parents, Madam Speaker, have done to us. Today we can't even kashawalize anybody. We are just good. We are very obedient. And please, honorable members, M-Pesa your parents. Please, parents believe girls are the one who give them food, who send them M-Pesa, unlike the boys. Now we change it, honorable members, the male. Please, those who are here today, send your mom some M-Pesa and make it 10,000 and above. Even CS, Honorable Dwale, I will come for 100,000 from you. I send to my mother. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, now thank you for the digression. I think we can proceed. I'll give one honorable member to add their question. Honorable Zamzam, member for Mombasa, and then we will go back to the member for Chebalungu to confirm if you're satisfied with the answer.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumshukuru mzee kwa kuweza, mzee Mwenga, kwa kuweza kulea hawa vijana wawili. Leo ni wabunge ambao sisi tunawacelebrate hapa ndani ya hili bunge. Na mimi imenikumbusha sana mzee marehemu Yusuf Haji, na yeye pia aliweza kunisomesha, na ndio maana mnaona jambo lolote likija hapa la Nurdin Haji, yule ni ndugu yangu, lazima nitampigia upatu. Na sisi ambao tumetoka katika familia maskini, Mheshimiwa Spika, tukasomeshwa, tukanyanyuliwa na wale ambao wanatuonea huruma. Siku zote sisi huwa na huruma, na ndio maana waona turudi kwenye jamii na tuwazidisha upendo kwa wale ambao hawawezi kujimudu katika masomo, na sisi pia tuweze kuwasaidia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri vile nimepata fursa kabisa nimuulize waziri wa mazingara, na niweze kwanza kumpongeza kuja katika bunge. Asante sana bwana waziri, tunakushukuru sana. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, umesema kuwa kuna haya mambo ya mazingara ya sewage na nini ni mambo ya county, lakini hata tukiangalia Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Waziri, ukiangalia pale Chuda, maji taka sewage inaingia ndani ya bahari, na imekaa miaka mingi sana. Wale watoto ambao wanakaa kule katika sehemu zile za slums wanaenda wakiogelea kule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwa sababu watu wamejenga majumba bila kuangalia njia zao za sewage zitakwenda vipi, zote wamezielekeza kwenye bahari. Mheshimiwa Waziri, kwa hiyo mimi nakuomba kama unaweza kulifuatilia. Umesema ni akaunti, lakini mimi nakusihi, maana yake wakati mwingine barua ikitoka kwa waziri, pengine jambo laweza likafuatiliwa likafanywa kwa wepesi. Mheshimiwa Waziri, kisha nauliza Mheshimiwa Waziri, unapanda miti ya matunda. Mimi kama mama Mombasa County nimezunguka nikaangalia, miti ya nazi imekuwa chache sana ndani ya pwani. Na kuomba kama mama Mombasa utuletee miche ya nazi ili tuweze kupanda kama matunda, na miche ya maembe iwe ni chakula na pia itaweza kuleta mvua. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
But before I allow the Cabinet Secretary to respond to her brief question, let me allow the member for Chapalungu. I think, Honorable Mugambi, I think the Speaker already ruled on this, that it will be one rider question and then back to the owner of the question.
It's okay. Thank you, Speaker. While I appreciate the response from the CS, I would like to make him aware that it's also nice for him and his team to visit these particular villages that I talked about, because I'm the member of parliament and I know what happens. In a particular situation, I was attending a funeral in a village called Kabalwa. It was raining at Sigor town, but upon reaching Kabalwa, it was dry, or it was dust everywhere. And one MC by the name Henry from Kabalwa village really challenged me that whenever there is rainfall, whenever they see signs of rain from these particular villages that I mentioned in this particular question, the person who does irrigation or farming from the neighboring village, these particular companies, he told me in black and white that he normally comes out, shoots the cloud. Those who are his local words. He simply told me that he normally comes out, shoots the cloud, and the next moment, there is no rain in these particular villages. That's why, as a member, I took it upon myself to raise the question on their behalf. And equally, it is worrying to the effect that this particular data that you gave out, that these particular villages have seen an improvement in rainfall, it is totally wrong. I want to say this particular data is wrong as far as I am concerned, because I know these particular villages. The only time that these villages have received rainfall is when the entire country is receiving heavy rainfall. That is almost 1 year ago. But in normal situations where we see patterns of rain, these particular villages that I've mentioned here don't receive any volume or any rainfall at all. So while I appreciate you, I really want to encourage the ministry that you lead now to go back to these villages, get real information, and come back with proper data that will guide what you will do as a ministry, so that we see these particular villages benefiting from the rainfall, because it's dry. It's really dry when there is no heavy rainfall from the country. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Cabinet Secretary, do you have a rejoinder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member for Chapalungu, Chapalungu is a very great constituency led by a great man called Isaac Ruto, who I have a lot of respect for. I want to assure you, after I leave here, please give me your number when you are ready. The Kenya Meteorological Director General and all our researchers will go with you, visit with you all the villages. We work for the people of Kenya, and they will come back to us. So you tell me when you are ready, because I want you to be there. So that. Secondly, to my sister, Zamzam, Honorable Zamzam, I agree with you. I'll talk about this matter in a later question that Honorable TJ Kajwang has raised. How sewer in our counties are dysfunctional, how there's poor management of the sewer manholes, how there's illegal dumping on our water bodies, the seas, the rivers. So I think when I reach that question, Madam Speaker, I think I'll give a more comprehensive statement on the position countrywide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, let's move to our third question, number 106 of 2024, by the Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Minister for his new assignment in the Ministry of Environment, because the Ministry of Environment, Madam Speaker, all over the world is now the in thing. Everybody is talking about climate change. Everybody is looking at how we can rescue our planet. And I'm sure Honorable Duale is up to the task. And we know he has passion for anything he does. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to ask my question. Question number 106 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reasons behind the depletion of rivers, including the number of permanent rivers that have dried up in the country over the past 4 years, and the plans by the ministry to address and mitigate the situations? Question 2, enumerate the entities and groups that discharge their affluent in the rivers, along with the number of private dams constructed in the last 2 years, and the policy statement outlining the penalties imposed on such entities for negative environmental actions. Number 3, disclose the policy statement allowing the cultivation and re-entry of communities into forested areas, specifying the regions and roadmap for such action and the acreage likely to be affected by the forest, by perforest. Question 4, outline the measures put in place to reclaim, safeguard, and sustain all riparian areas and vulnerable ecosystems within the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary, you may proceed.
Honorable Madam Speaker, before Honorable Zamzam walks out, there's a question that she asked, I have forgotten, on the coconut trees. I want to confirm that I am here with the CEO of Kefri. Kefri and Carlo have developed a hybrid that is shorter and faster growing coconut trees. They are available in Mutwapa, they are available in Gede, in Kilifi, and we are ready. And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, the 15 billion tree growing initiative of President William Ruto in his strategy to restore our ecosystem, 30% of those seedlings are fruit trees. And I really want to ask members of parliament to help that strategy, take charge of the 30%, give to our rural women in our constituencies, our villages, and that will even first restore our ecosystem, our forest cover, and then help reduce poverty. Madam Speaker, coming back to the question by Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, a man I have respect for and has represented the people with disability in this house for a number of parliaments, is that it was the issue of river depletion is a critical concern that is on this government's agenda. Under the leadership of His Excellency the President, the government has made a concerted effort to address the causes, recognizing their far-reaching impacts on water resources, on the livelihoods of our people, and the future of our nation. Allow me to elaborate the main causes of this challenge, highlighting very few because the document I have provided to Honorable Wanyonyi and to the Office of the Clerk. One of it is deforestation and degradation of water catchment areas in very critical water catchment areas like the Mao Forest Complex, the Aberdare Ranges, Mount Kenya Forest, and all this has led to a significant reduction in the ability of these forests to regulate our river flow. For instance, rivers such as the Mara, the Sondu, and Njoro, which originate from the Mao Forest, have experienced decreased water levels due to deforestation, which I will again later address in another subsequent question. Two, the other thing that has affected our rivers is prolonged drought and erratic rainfall patterns due to climate change. Climate change is the current currency in the world. It is there. We must face it. You have seen the floods in Nairobi. You have seen the drought. You have seen the landslides. Climate change is a reality. And this has reduced river recharge and flow. Rivers like Athi River, Wasonyiro North River, which support a very critical ecosystem, support our communities, pastoralists, for water, their livestock, and for people, are among those which have been affected by this erratic and prolonged drought. And these changes have significantly led to significant reduction in water availability across the country. There is a third one is of over-abstraction and unsustainable water use for agriculture, for domestic use, and for industrial use is another big challenge. I want to give the example of Wasonyiro River, which flows through the arid and semi-arid areas. It has seen its water levels drop drastically due to excessive irrigation in the upstream areas. Similarly, Athi River is heavily tapped for irrigation and industrial use, contributing to what the member is saying, reduced flow downstream. Encroachment and human activity within our riparian areas is another factor that reduces the flow of our rivers. This has contributed to the degradation of the river ecosystem. The construction, agriculture, and urban development along the rivers like Nairobi River and Athi River have not only reduced their flow, but have also increased the pollution level. Madam Speaker, there is no Nairobi River. What we have in Nairobi River is sewage, is raw sewage, is polluted. And I want to assure you, speaking on behalf of President William Ruto, Nairobi River and all other urban rivers will not be the same again. The same river of London, Madam Speaker, at one time was a sludge. I am ready as a minister to take the price. The president has given me all the powers. And I want the leadership of Nairobi County to work with us. We've started yesterday with the climate works. We will change Nairobi River. It will become blue, and the people around Nairobi River and all of us will walk there. Pollution is another issue that's affecting our rivers. Pollution from industrial, from agriculture, from domestic sources, all these have degraded our rivers. The Nairobi River is a perfect example of high pollution due to untreated industrial waste, sewage, and plastic pollution, further straining its ability to sustain constant flow of water, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, poor agricultural practices, such as monocropping and overgrazing, have led to soil erosion and siltation in many of the rivers. The Tana River, for example, the Kenyan largest river, is affected by siltation caused by deforestation and land degradation in its upper catchment. This reduces the river's capacity to hold water, leading to flooding during heavy rains. Go to Garissa County, go to Tana River, go to Lamu. As the river is entering the sea, the kind of siltation that you'll find on Sabaki Bridge. Honorable Speaker, allow me now also to highlight what mitigation measures is the ministry putting. One, we want to restore our water towers at the onset. The ministry is implementing the ambitious 15 billion tree growing presidential initiative to restore all our degraded ecosystem, including the water catchment areas, including the Mau Forest Complex, Mount Kenya Forest, Mount Elgon, Charangani, Abadeas, restoration and forest protection will enhance water infiltration and will reduce service runoff, thus contributing to river restoration, in which Honorable team has asked. Mr. Speaker, to address climate change, the ministry has developed the third National Climate Change Action Plan 3, which was launched during the inaugural First African Climate Summit held in Nairobi in September 2023 by President William Ruto. And he today is the chair of African Climate Heads of State and Government. That coordinating of that national plan into a sectoral sectors, plans into many ministries and counties for implementation. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture is implementing what we call climate smart agriculture and other adaptation strategies to enhance water conservation. Mr. Speaker, finally, the ministry, through the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, we have enforced the protection of the riparian zones by removing illegal structures and settlements. This effort is very critical in ensuring that the rivers have adequate space to flow and recharge naturally. For example, the riparian cleanup and protection campaign along Nairobi rivers are ongoing, and it has started yesterday with the 10,000 young people under the Climate Works program that is initiated by our government. In another month, we'll add about another 10,000. Nairobi will have 20,000. Then we go to the other 5 cities. And by December, 139,000 young people in all our 47 counties and constituencies will be engaged. It's not a choice. Climate change is real, and we must have clear policies for climate mitigation and adaptation as a country. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi also sought our indulgence to enumerate the entities that discharge effluent in the rivers and the policy statement outlining. Mr. Speaker, when I went to that ministry, what I saw, I can't believe it. The people who pollute Nairobi rivers is not the informal settlements. The people who produce garbage are not in the informal settlements. They are found in the middle class. Me and you. Me and the member sitting here. The people who live in the informal settlements, what they cook is so little that they finish. The people who have a lot of garbage at their homes is the middle class in Kenya. So the informal settlement pollution percentage is less than 1%. So who pollutes the Nairobi River? NEMA has mapped out over 101 industries, factories, apartments, slaughterhouses that discharge their effluent to Nairobi rivers. And the Speaker, I want to confirm, NEMA Director General is sitting here. He has no choice. He must comply with the law and the regulation passed by this House. He has already given them what is called restoration order. And on Monday, I'm meeting Kenya Private Sector Alliance. I'm meeting Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And I will tell them, if you are discharging effluent to Nairobi River, you either close and pack, or you find how you deal with that effluent in accordance with the MCA Act passed by this House. Mr. Speaker, NEMA, as I said, out of the 145 facilities and factories and slaughterhouses and apartments mapped out, 101 facilities have been listed by NEMA as having compliance issues as attached list, and that you'll find in Annex 1. NEMA has also issued restoration order to all the non-compliant facilities to ensure that they set up effluent treatment plants and they treat their waste water to meet the national standards under the Environmental Management and Coordination Water Quality Regulations 2006, passed by this House before discharge. The last question, Mr. Speaker, of Honorable Wanyonyi was to disclose the policy statement. Mr. Speaker, it's noteworthy that non-residential cultivation in public forest is governed by the Forest Conservation and the Management Act of 2016, passed by this House. This act establishes the Kenya Forest Service and vested it with a mandate to develop and sustainably manage, including conservation and rational utilization of all forest resources for the country's socio-economic development and our other connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, Section 48, 49, and 50 of that Act provide guidelines for community participation in forest conservation and management. Under these provisions, the Kenya Forest Service issued guidelines for non-residential cultivation and engage local communities. You cannot be in our forest as residential. Through the Community Forest Association, there are regulations where you can go cultivate, you can go graze in consultation with the Kenya Forest Service. But non-residential cultivation or residential cultivation, we will not allow. Our communities do a lot. They work with the Kenya Forest. Subsidiary legislation in forest, Honorable Speaker, most of Section 58, 1 and 2, community forest associations are granted the opportunity to engage in non-residential cultivation. This allows them to cultivate crops while caring for established trees on the same land and the protection of our forests for 3 years. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, operational guidelines for implementing the plantation establishment and livelihood improvement scheme, known as Trees First Guidelines, was put in place, and this was to enhance efficiency and effectiveness of managing our forest plantation. Honorable Speaker, allow me also now to highlight forest cultivation in Kenya faces several challenges, despite the framework and the efforts that the law that this House has put in place. We have got forest degradation due to unsustainable cultivation practice, poor management, and lack of enforcement have led to deforestation in some of our areas. I am here with the Chief Forest Conservator, and we have agreed in principle that our rangers, our foresters, it will not be business as usual. We must, all of us, from the top to our citizens, we must protect our ecosystem, we must protect our biodiversity. Enforcement is a key issue, Mr. Speaker, because KFS is really underfunded, and I'm sure the Committee of Environment will look into that when our physical space improves, Mr. Speaker. Population pressure and conflict over land use has caused more forest encroachment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, communities involved in our engagement with Kenya Forest Service do not follow sustainable farming practices, which sometimes can lead to soil degradation, loss of biodiversity, and ecosystem disruption. Mr. Speaker, the other long issue that I need to address, which I've given to Honorable Wanyonyi, because he had many questions, was the challenges and how to improve forest conservation and cultivation. The ministry has intensified its efforts to enforce forest conservation laws, mainly through Forest Conservation and Management Act that this House passed in 2016. The ministry has recruited more than 2,664 forest rangers to bolster our enforcement and monitoring activities across all forested areas, increasing funding for the Kenya Forest Service, and we want to thank the President. In all subsequent government, it is President William Ruto's tenure that over 2,600 forest rangers were recruited. The ministry has also reviewed the three first guidelines to make them more adaptive to our emerging challenges such as the land use conflict, climate change, and invasive species management. The ministry is also working closely with the Community Forest Association to promote sustainable farming practice. And lastly, we want to ensure compliance with the law, and the ministry has introduced very strict monitoring mechanism, including regular inspection of forest stations, and these inspections ensure that cultivation activities are aligned with sustainable forest management and conservation guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will give the first bite to the Honorable KJ and then go back to Honorable Wanyoi, the questioner. Proceed, Honorable KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And allow me to start by saying that we are happy to have Waziri Duale in the House. It's deja vu when we hear his voice come across through the public address system. We feel like he's seated right there as a leader of majority, one of the better performing leaders of majority that the history of this parliament has known. Now, being a leader of majority, Honorable Duale understands that this parliament never moves in vain. And that's why I rise to ask about the progress of the implementation of a motion that was brought to this House by myself, but was backed by members and passed. And when it was passed by members, then it ceased being my motion. It became a motion of this House. And because this House never legislates in vain, I would like to know, in connection to the reply that he's giving my neighbor, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, in Nairobi City, we do not have space to plant trees. We do not have shambas. We do not have forests. So the motion was seeking to have the ministry implement tree planting along roadsides and along road reserves. This country constructs in excess of 600 kilometers of road per annum. These roadsides, if they became sites for tree planting, then Nairobi will get its fair share of the bite at the cherry in populating trees in this country. And so the target that the ministry has, Nairobi will be assisting in that target by planting trees along roadsides and road reserves. And this is not uncommon, Mr. Speaker, because previously, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi neighbors me. She will tell you that some roads that we share, when we were growing up, a road like James Gishuru, all the way from Wayakiwe to Dagoretti Corner, used to have a canopy of trees on both sides of the road. And during bloom season, during the jacaranda tree bloom season, it would be the most beautiful boulevard with purple flowers along that tree. Because, Mr. Speaker, when a road gets a tree canopy, it stops being a road, it becomes a boulevard.
KJ, it's a question time.
The question is...
The chair has given you some leeway so that you can build on your question, but please ask the question.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I do oblige, and the question is, what is the state of implementation on the motion that was passed by this House on the tree planting along roadsides and along road reserves in this republic? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough. Tim Wanyonyi, you can ask your question, and then the minister will the cabinet secretary will answer them together. Proceed, the Honorable Wanyonyi. Can you give him the mic, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to appreciate the answer that the minister has given, very elaborate, and I know he means the things he has said, especially, Mr. Speaker, about the Nairobi River that is so polluted, and looking forward, Honorable Tuale, that we as leadership of Nairobi, we are ready to join you, to work with you, to reclaim these rivers. Nairobi River never dries up. It runs throughout the year. And if it is saved, Mr. Speaker, it will even be giving people who live along that river fresh water and many other things to use it. So we look forward to Honorable Tuale for that implementation. And secondly, my other comment, there is a riparian area just outside Westgate Mall, which land that Honorable Ngilu, when she was the Minister for Lands, she helped rescue that land from land grabbers. And it's a riparian area, and we wanted to preserve that area to remain as it was. It was a very beautiful environment, vegetation, and all like that. But now, there are people who have come and encroached that land and have occupied it. So I would like to ask whether the Honorable Minister will be in a position to come and help reclaim that land along with his colleague, the Minister of Lands, so that it remains a riparian area and will preserve our ecosystem within that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Honorable KJ asked a very good question. I will look for the motion, and I'm sure the Committee on Implementation need to invite me and the rest who are concerned. But I want to assure him that there are many places to plant. We have started with City Park. City Park now is under KFS. The title belongs to the Ministry of National Treasury. It belongs to us. So City Park, because Karura now is over-congested. In one weekend, there are over between 5,000 to 10,000 people. So we want to plant, fence, and make City Park forest be like Karura. But yes, but on the roadside, under the key restoration program of the president of the 15 billion, the Ministry of Roads is under obligations. There are many things in that strategy that the contractors were given to build roads. They are under obligation to plant trees and grow trees, not even planting, grow trees. The way you see in Europe, if you drive from here to Thika, from here to Nairobi, to Nakuru, to Kisumu, you must drive in the middle of a row of a forest, that route. That is part of what the Ministry of Roads is going to do in the larger restoration 15 billion. Secondly, we are having an engagement with Kenya Power and Lighting Company and even the roads agency. There is no way they can come to your residence, to your estate, and in making sure the electricity lines are in order, they just cut trees. It's not allowed. The law even allows. The problem in this country is people don't want to follow the law. There's a lot of impunity. Even when you want to construct your residential home on a half an acre, the law allows that you must leave certain percentage for growing trees and grass and all that. But because of greed, people want to build apartments next to each other. And this must come to an end. Honorable team, I am happy today that as a ranking member of the Nairobi Members of Parliament, you and KJ, you have stood firm and you have gone on record that you stood with us. The Nairobi River Commission was not under my ministry, but now it's coming to my ministry. Yet you stood with us, the multi-agency team, You stood with the president and all of us, and Beatrice Elachi is also here. We will help us clean Nairobi River. More, I'll talk about it, Mr. Speaker, when we reach the question of Honorable TJ Kajwang on Nairobi River.
Next question, honorable members, let's go to the next question by the Honorable TJ Kajwang. Eh? No, it's, sorry, it's the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nakuru, Madam Lisa Chelule. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Waziri, welcome, and we congratulate you for your new position of CS for Environment. My question, Mr. Speaker, sir, is 107 of 2024, and it is as follows. Could the Cabinet Secretary elaborate on the initiative undertaken by the ministry to preserve wetlands and water catchment areas within the country, and further state the effectiveness of such institution? My number 2 question, Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures of the ministry, the ministry has put in place to safeguard indigenous trees planted in Kenya forests, considering the significant threat posed by charcoal burning activities? My question number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of the community forest associations nationwide, and further state the steps taken by the ministry to ensure those associations are adequately equipped and trained to actively engage in seed propagation, particularly in light of the government's plan to plant 15 billion trees within the next decade? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Nakuru County, my sister, seeks to know the initiative that the ministry has undertaken to preserve our heritage, our wetlands, and catchment areas. Mr. Speaker, at the policy level, the ministry has put in place National Wetland Conservation and Management Policy 2009 to ensure how we use and the sustainable management of our wetlands in the country, and to ensure sustained ecological and socio-economic functions for the wetlands for both the present and for future generations. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is now implementing that policy jointly with other stakeholders in order to protect and safeguard wetlands. 2, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has developed and is enforcing the Wetlands Regulations 2009, which was passed under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, Cap 387 laws of Kenya. These regulations, Mr. Speaker, provides a framework that will ensure all wetland resources in our country are utilized in a very sustainable manner, compatible with the continued presence of wetlands and their ecological goods and services. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also designated 6 wetlands in the country as far as the Ramsar sites. Ramsar is a convention that Kenya has signed internationally in 1992. These sites include Lake Nakuru in Nakuru County, Lake Elimantaita in Nakuru County, Lake Bogoria in Baringo County, Lake Baringo in Baringo County, Lake Naivasha in Nakuru County, and Tana Delta in Tana River County. Thirdly, to promote wise use and conservation of our wetlands and all the associated resources, my ministry is implementing the management plans for several wetlands in our country. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to read, it's a long list. I have provided to the member from Gambele Swamp Integrated in Meru, Lake Kenyatta Management Plan in Lamu, Tana Delta Management Plan in Tana River, Sabaki Estuary Management Plan in Kilifi, Lake Jibe in Taveta, Munungu Swamp in Embu, Saiwa Swamp in Trans Nzoia, Kibiroing Wetland Management Plan in Nandi, which are all ongoing, and Lake Bogoria Management Plan, which is under review. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is also restoring all our degraded wetlands by mobilizing various stakeholders, including the national government agencies, county governments, the private sector, NGOs, and the general public and our local communities to restore all degraded areas through planting of trees, and it's part of the wider 15 billion trees growing initiative started by President William Ruto. And it's very, very important, Mr. Speaker, to note that the conservation and protection of our wetland is our sustainability strategy towards attaining 15 billion tree growing goal. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing a very transformative initiative dubbed Adapt a Wetland, which is spearheaded by NEMA. This initiative seeks to catalyze the participation of different stakeholders. But let me warn, Mr. Speaker, a number of our wetlands, people have title deeds. When we cancel them, I need the support of this House. People will bring petitions, people will bring motions, they might even bring an impeachment to discuss me. I want this House to protect, because I'll be protecting the wetlands. So cartels will use, I don't want cartels to use the floor of this House. I have seen it. When I talk about, I have lived here, I think a quarter of my life. So I know what goes on. Madam Speaker, the second question was explain the measures the minister has put in place on this matter. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lise seeks to know the measures. Allow me to respond to this by first observing that the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry is unwavering in its commitment to protecting Kenya's indigenous trees through regulatory enforcement. I have one of our top researchers, the CEO of KEFRI here with me, the scientific research we must protect, and community must be engaged, all of which are facilitated by Kenya Forest Service and Kenya Forest Research Institute, KEFRI, which is both in Muguga and in many of our counties. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Forest Service recently employed, as I say, 2,000 plus forest rangers to various regions and posted to various regions and forest stations to strengthen and protect and conserve efforts that our Member of Parliament from Nakuru County has raised. In the spirit of collaboration, the ministry has also deployed forest advisory staff to counties to advise our counties, give them advisory service, work with our county governments on forest conservation, on development, and on management issues. 3, to regulate tree harvesting on private lands, our ministry has implemented mandatory inspection and issuance of certificates of origin and movements of all forest permits for movements of all forest-related products. Finally, the ministry actively supports community forest association, formal groups of communities adjacent to our forest, which collaborates with KFS in sustainable management of our forest. The third, and I think the final question, Mr. Speaker, is, third question that the member has asked is the status of community forest association. Let me start by explaining the anchorage of community forest association in the Kenyan laws. CFA, as they are called, are incorporated under Section 9 of the Societies Act, CAP 108, but they are domiciled in the forestry sector through Section 48, subsection 1 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act of 2016, passed by this august House. Section 49(1) of the Forest Community Management Association outlines the obligation of our community forest association, their role, and they are given and granted permission to participate in how they help KFS in the management and in the conservation of our forest. Mr. Speaker, currently we have 233 community forest associations. A good example is a group that runs Karura Forest in collaboration with KFS. And they are spread across the country. There are 175 of them which are active. 17 of them are inactive. 41 of them are moderately active, with a total of 185,535 membership. All these community forest associations, Mr. Speaker, are duly registered with the Registrar of Societies. So they have a legal backing. They help us to protect, conserve with our communities. And they live next to our forest in protecting our national heritage. Community forest associations, Mr. Speaker, engage in forest management activities through what we call participatory forest management plans. Mr. Speaker, our ministry has taken the following steps to ensure community forest associations are equipped and trained to support the 15 billion growing trees strategy of the Kenya Kwanza government. The ministry through KFS supports this group by doing what? In developing, in training them, in helping them with good governance, and giving them good guidance on what to do, on how to sustainably manage the use of our forest resources and how our forest restoration activities can take place. Speaker, the ministry provides through KFS and KEFRI. It offers them training in forest governance. It offers them training in monitoring and compliance with the forest regulations, while KEFRI provides specialized training in seed propagation, nursery management, agroforestry production. The Speaker, before I became a minister, I didn't know what is KEFRI and where they are. I really want to ask that one day, members, when you're free, you visit KEFRI in Miguga. It's a very cold place. You'll find 10s, 20 top researchers. They will tell you what you want. They will tell you the type of tree. They spend hours and years, Mr. Speaker. Very, very great institution. Mr. Speaker, the community forest associations are playing an increasingly significant role in helping us in creating awareness in tree growing campaigns. In this 15 billion, you'll find them on site. Seedling production, they have been given that role. They help us in producing those seeds. They help us in running nurseries, in planting and growing of trees in gazetted and outside gazetted forest. They protect planted trees from destruction and damage. So they are very, very important. And that's why this August House gave them a role when they were doing the Forest Conservation and Management Act of 2016. Mr. Speaker, I think I have answered all that to the member for Nakuru County, the Honorable Liza Chelule.
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's good to see my friend in the House today. He was the majority leader, and he left me seated here, and you'll always find me here, regardless what Sir George thinks. I'll always sit here. Honorable Speaker, I like his passion for the new assignment. I did not know he'll transit from a Afande to a forestman that seamlessly. Honorable Speaker, I want, probably you might not have an answer now, but I want you to engage your team to look at a series of hills in Funyula constituency, starting from Odiado Hills all the way to Busia Hill. For many years, during the times of Professor Julio Jambo, when she was the MP, the place was populated by trees, indigenous trees. Over time, as was clearly said, bad farming practices, deforestation, and tree cutting for construction sites, charcoal burning, has decimated those trees, and generally those hills are now bare. Is there a program within the ministry that private owners of land can collaborate with the ministry to ensure afforestation with the indigenous trees so that we preserve the environment and return the hills to the status they were in the 1970s and early 1980s? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Women Rep for Wajir County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to tell the Waziri that you are in the right ministry. Listening to you gives me all the confidence that you can make a difference in this ministry. And I feel like it's the right time to make the Northeastern green, Mr. Waziri. Following up on the issue of the 15 billion trees that we are meant to plant between now and 2032, Mr. Minister, we have had a day for international tree planting, and it's somewhere in November, if I'm not wrong. Last year, we all went to the counties, and all the ministers planted all sorts of trees. But coming to where we come from, me and you and I, all those trees are not doing well. Are we having a scenario whereby we are just planting trees and we leave it, or we can plant trees for sustainability? I want you, when you go back, to look at the trees that were planted. I know you were not there. Find out how they are doing. I know your team can do that. They can do that work and see how they are faring. 2, I've been to the KFS many times. I was just hoping if we can have a land, a forestation land for Wajir, Mr. Minister. We have the land, but we don't have trees, we don't have water. But I believe if we were given water and trees, we can give you land that you can do very well, that people can come for benchmarking. And I'll repeat this, Mr. Minister, that by the time you leave this docket, I want you to paint Northeastern green. It's viable, it's possible, and we can make it, all of us. Thank you.
CS, I think you can take a few more and then answer them together. Yes. You can take 2 more. Yes. And then you answer them at one go. Oluoch, are you still on or you have changed your mind? Okay, the MP for Seme then, if Oluoch is not interested.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also take this opportunity to actually congratulate our colleague, having shifted from here, and how he's really picked very well in the new docket. But my question is to do with the preservation of indigenous trees. Some of these trees have actually very high commercial value, and their protection is important. Some have medicinal value, some have special oil values. Like, my question is specifically on sandalwood. I don't know whether it is indigenous tree or it's actually a tree that was brought in. But this tree apparently is very popular. It has some special oil, and there is always a lot of trafficking. People have been arrested, lorries have been arrested, carrying sandalwood. Is it not possible, if this wood is so popular and has such a high commercial value, to actually grow it in a commercial scale? Not just protect what is there, but grow it in a commercial scale and actually export it, and it will give us foreign exchange. Thank you.
Bonnie. Waziri, because they're all pretty much similar, yes. I think you can take a few together. Yes, you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Duale, my friend. Since you left, I'm still suffering. Yeah, my question is similar to the question by honorable member from Wajir. Last year we had a tree planting day, and it succeeded in some areas. Chair, can you protect me from these honorable members?
The Honorable Rosa Buyu.
So last year, it succeeded in some areas where others did not succeed. In Ukambani, I think it partially succeeded because of two reasons. One, our long rains start in October, ends in December. That's our long rains. But the trees, we brought the trees in November, so we had only like 1 month for the trees to get the necessary water. Secondly, these trees, they were not really for Ukambani, and therefore they could not really withstand the harsh climate in that area. So my question is there plans to have the tree planting day this year? And what are plans? What plans are there for government to supply trees which are really area specific? Thank you very much.
I think I will ask the questioner, Madam Chelule, to ask the last question on this. There are two other questions which those of you who feel they can contribute can also, or rather ask questions, will get an opportunity to proceed. Okay. Honorable Lisa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for once again giving me this time to react to the answers given by the Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Waziri, we are not only talking about the government forest and other government institutions. I'm very passionate in planting trees. And I want to request you, Waziri, that we need to engage people at home to do serious planting of indigenous trees and other trees, exotic trees. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because if we don't engage the people of this country, even to plant in their private lands, we may not achieve what we want to achieve. Waziri, I hope you are aware that most rivers are disappearing because of degradation. And this one is happening because farmers around small rivers are doing plowing to the riverbanks. And this is actually encouraging the soil erosion to fill up the rivers. And this is what is happening at the community level. Banasias, you've only spoken about these big institutions, the government institutions. We want to speak about those rivers in our local areas. There are so many rivers that are drying up because of the quarry activities along those rivers. And as the CS, and I know you are not lazy, I would really request you that one day, you just move around and see what is happening in most of places in Kenya. So many activities, those bad activities is happening around the rivers. And rivers have actually disappeared. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to request the CS. He has spoken actually about the KEFRI, and let us devolve KEFRI. I'm not saying we take all the offices from KEFRI or everything, but we need the seeds. They have good seeds, indigenous seeds and exotic seeds that Kenyans can plant. If only today tree seedlings is made free to Kenyans, you will see wonders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So otherwise, I'm satisfied to some extent, but I know you will do it, Waziri.
CS,
Thank you.
CS, you can answer those raft of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with my very good friend, Honorable Member for Funyula. I also miss you. I mean, he was my colleague in Public Accounts Committee. I hope you are still there. Yes, at least you are talking about hills. We have had many about mountains. So today, today is about hills. And where myself and the speaker come from, there are also small hills, the ant-hills, not as big as the ones of Busia. So I will really want to ask you that the private, our program for restoration, the 15 billion, also covers private land. And I want to ask you if those hills are available. Myself, yourself, the people of your area, with the KFS and KEFRI, we will have a day where we're going to plant 10, 20,000 trees. Our policy is not tree planting, it's tree growing. There's a difference between planting and growing. So 15 billion tree growing. And this is citizen driven. You'll find ministers in all our counties. We have allocated. All our ministers will go. So agroforestry is now under this ministry. It's very, very key. Farm, forestry, the 15 billion strategy, all these will go in hand. To Honorable Fatuma, I first want to assure you that KEFRI is going to Wajir. They are in Garissa, and they are going to open the first seedling center in Wajir. And please work with our governor and our county government. 60% of the 15 billion tree growing strategy are going to happen in the dryland part of our country. That is in the Assam. And coming to the question of Honorable Nyekal, I have missed you, and I have missed your many amendments. You know, when it was a committee of the whole house, I look at the order paper, I missed your many amendments. But still I read the order paper. I agree with you, and if you go to KEFRI, they will show you how some of the species in our country are more valuable commercially. The perfumes you buy in Dubai, duty free, the products are found, the raw material is found in our forest, in our country. So if you just go to Honorable, if you go to Dr. Jane, our acting CEO of KEFRI, she will tell you which trees are good for which area of our country. So we don't even plant trees anywhere. Every area our scientists have identified. And I have a very long list, particularly for colleagues in the Asal. There are many trees that grow in our areas, but we don't know the value. But I have asked the Speaker to arrange for me a Kamkunji, maybe later in the month, so that we talk to our members on this 15 billion presidential tree growing area, so that under the environment aspect of your NGCDF, we can even pick, even if you pick a 30% which is fruit treat, and you take it to our rural constituencies, and you give to our rural women, that will change. Not only it will help us in the reforestation of our country, but it will help us reduce poverty within our communities. So please, I really want us to work on that. I think Honorable Boni, the Speaker, I'm not seeing him here.
He's there. Next.
Oh, he's there. Oh, he has come. Yes, he's a good friend of mine. I have also missed him. But Speaker, if you allow me, the problem is I cannot come to the bar. But I will come, and once I'm around here, you allow me to come and have tea at the lobby. like General Kaiseri, the late General Kaiseri used to do. And I agree with you. In our areas, Kitui, Garissa, the dryland areas, Dr. Jane and KFS have the solution of which trees that don't require a lot of water, that will grow and even will help the community in terms of commercial activity. And the fruit trees we can give to our rural women in your constituency. But that we'll have a meeting. I think, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chelule gave very fair comments. We will take her comments. And on the quarries, we will deal with it. The man in charge of quarries, just text me which quarry is affecting our rivers. The NEMA person in Nakuru will either do his job or he'll work for the quarry owner. There's no choice between. So you either work for government or you work for the people who are doing business in various sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next question, I think you will get a bite in the next questions because all these questions are pretty much similar. So the Honorable TJ, I notice you have just walked into the house and you have a question. Could you ask your question? Give him the order paper, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to you that Ruaraka is in the house. Mr. Speaker, my question is number 129/2024. The question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. I want to ask questions about Nairobi River pollution and noise pollution. Number one.
Ask the question verbatim.
State the root cause or root causes of the Nairobi River pollution and why the river continues to be contaminated despite the many interventions made over the years by various institutions. Outline the number of facilities along the Nairobi River that are discharging effluent into the river and the steps the ministry has taken to address the situation. What measures, Mr. Speaker, are there to address the discharge of effluent into rivers and water sources in the country? And the last one on this, clarify whether illegal dumping or dump sites, including the infamous Dandora dump site located along the Nairobi River, are contributing to the Nairobi River pollution, and what measures are in place to remove illegal dump sites and dumping along rivers, including management of waste in urban areas. Mr. Speaker, state the steps taken by the ministry to address the increasing cases of noise pollution in the country, especially in residential areas within urban centers. Mr. Speaker, I ask.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, let me start, and I really want to thank Honorable TJ Kajwang. This is a current question because Nairobi Rivers is a currency, an important and a priority for this government and for the president. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the president recently launched a groundbreaking and ambitious climate resilience service program called Climate Works, aimed at ecological restoration of our urban rivers, mainly and starting with the Nairobi rivers, while we still maintain public infrastructure, housing, through labor-intensive and sustainable public works. So, Mr. Speaker, I will have another day to talk about this climate works. It contains a lot. It's about Nairobi River, regeneration, restoration, the pavements, the riparian area, how the labor intensive in terms of the settlements, making sure that some roads are done, lightning is done. So it's a huge program of the government under the able leadership of the president. So the initial phase of this climate works started yesterday, Mr. Speaker, here in Nairobi County, along the Nairobi River. In its first phase, 20,000 young people of Nairobi from 42 villages have been onboarded. The first 10,000 cohort started work yesterday. Speaker, building on this foundation, we will extend the program to 4 other major cities, Kisumu, Mombasa, Eldoret, and Nakuru in the next few months. And another additional 40,000 youth will be engaged, with the 10,000 of them allocated in other areas of Nairobi starting early November. In December, Mr. Speaker, because of equity, this climate works will be rolled out across all the remaining 47 counties, embodying close to about 139,909 young people to ensure full national participation and impact. Honorable Speaker, my ministry is implementing other initiatives to deal with the pollution issues in our main urban rivers. The National Environmental Management Authority initiated such a program called Urban Rivers Regeneration Program 2019 to 2024 for restoration and sustainable management of rivers within urban areas such as Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nakuru, which face very serious and critical environmental challenges due to pollution, encroachment, and misuse. The following, Mr. Speaker, have been identified as the root causes of pollution in Nairobi. And many people, many leaders, many ministers shied away, but I will not shy away. I will not. And I want Honorable TJ to listen to me. The informal settlements, the people you represent, their percentage in terms of polluting. The story in town is the informal settlements are polluting Nairobi River. That's a fallacy. It's less than 1%. They even don't have garbage. They have nothing to throw. What they eat is very little. The garbage comes from the middle class. The biggest polluters of Nairobi River, and they must listen to me, and NEMA has mapped out 145 industries, factories, slaughterhouses, apartments, who discharge their affluent to Nairobi River. We have, and I have directed, the DG NEMA is sitting here. The laws that this house has passed, he must enforce it. He has no choice. Mamo must enforce. He either enforce or he leaves the job. You either shape in or shape out. So he has written restoration orders last week. So industries are the ones who are polluting Nairobi River. Number 2, the greatest polluters, and the president has spoken to them, is Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. It is Athi Water and Sewerage Company. The president has spoken to the 2 CEOs. Their manholes discharge raw sewage into Nairobi River. In fact, we don't have a river, we have a sewage. The third and largest group that discharge that destroy Nairobi River are the dam sites. Along the 47-kilometer from Kikuyu constituency to Thwake Dam in Makueni, there are thousands of dam sites. On Sunday, trucks were in Mukuru kwa Jenga, trucks carrying garbage, discharging on the river. And I have told the governor of Nairobi, he must remove dam sites along Nairobi River. And we are going to call to order the companies that he has contracted who carry garbage and the private ones that come to our homes, even including members of parliament. We will sit with them. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem in our country in terms of environmental challenge is we devolved it. Waste management is devolved. No, pollution is devolved. Zoning is devolved. No county today in our country can tell you we have this dam site. You have seen trucks, Mr. Speaker, as you drive. Behind them, the garbage is falling. We will introduce very strict measures. So dam sites is another pollution. Solid waste goes into the river, Mr. Speaker. Informal settlement, very little. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, just to make a joke, the guy who is in the informal settlement, he cleans his plate, even doesn't need to wash it. The food he has is very little. So what is he going to throw away? The people who throw garbage, who have huge garbage, is the middle class and the industries. And then they blame informal settlements. Mr. Speaker, the other group is those who build or encroached on the riparian part of. When I saw the question from Honorable Kajwang, I was very happy, because it will give me an opportunity to address from the floor of this house. These 100, I have written to KEPSHA and I have written to Kenya Association of Manufacturers. With all these big companies, Mr. Speaker, big companies are dumping their waste, their effluent. The law allows them, MCA law allows them that they must provide how their effluent is discharged. Let me accept it. Somebody somewhere failed. Because of corruption, because of greed, nobody wanted to protect the environment. NEMA had the teeth. This DG has transferred a number of people. But they got to big people and they were being returned. All the NEMA officials in the city are transferred, all of them, including the county director, who had very powerful connections. Michuki, I read his notes. The late Michuki, he had a good vision. Mzee Moi, when he started umomonyoko wa udongo, people used to laugh at him. If we could have picked from where he left, today Kenya, our forest cover, which is 10.3%, could have been 35%. The Speaker, Ethiopia, our neighbor, has done 36 billion tree growing in 10 years. So far, Mr. Speaker, we have done 451 million. Every minister has a county. And I am ready to work with every member here to give you the seedlings, to work with KEFRI and KFS. Mr. Speaker, where you come from, you have seen what UHNCR, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to support me, is a global UN entity to take care of the interests of refugees. they must provide an alternative energy source. They have cut all the trees over the years. I have told the UHNCR country director, it will not be business as usual. I will go with you to the dam. And I told them I have the backing of all the members of parliament from that area. They're even killing elephants. They're killing giraffes and sell them. Together, all of us must protect. So, Honorable TJ, I have told you who is polluting, and we will deal with them. What are we doing about it? We are removing all dam sites and structures along the riparian land. Honorable TJ, help us on this Nairobi River regeneration. We lost 42 people during the floods. We are not ready to lose any other life. We are not ready. The Madara River, the Ngong River, Honorable Member for Madare, lost a lot of people. We must bite the bullet. The president is ready. The government is ready. We are committed. Kenya is a capital of UNEP. We have a green constitution. We must have Nairobi River like the Thames River. At one time, the Thames River was a sludge. Today, the Thames River is a great transport hub in London. In addition to this intervention, Nairobi River Commission was established by His Excellency. The story of it, I think the Honorable Member has my answer. He asked a second question to outline the number of facilities along the Nairobi River that discharge affluent. I think I've answered. NEMA has conducted inspection to identify the illegal discharging along the riparian. Out of the 145 facilities, which we have mapped, 101 facilities have been listed by NEMA as having compliance issues because they don't have the required discharge according to the law. I have attached the list. I have nothing to hide. Yes. Even the banks, I have searched with the banks, they have a sustainability obligation, KCB, equity. If they are giving credit to a company, to a factory that is destroying the environment, even that sustainability of that company will be in question. So about 101, we have slaughterhouses who are discharging raw affluent to Nairobi River. NEMA will undertake compliance evaluation through inspection. Question 3, Mr. Speaker, was Honorable TJ has asked our indulgence to state the measures that we have put in place. And I think I've already put it. But let me come to what are we doing about pollution control and water management. The Speaker, religious groups and those who run clubs, some of them are running clubs under a tent, like in Kitengela. The music that they play can even disturb a family 5 kilometers. Even our citizens, when they are celebrating a graduation or a birthday, they must comply with the law. They must. You can't bring all your friends because your son is graduating and then you play music the whole night. Some people have sick people. Some have young children. Some people are tired, they want to sleep early. So, Speaker, I am a victim. This weekend in my own estate. But because I didn't want to be accused of using my powers, I wrote a small note to the chairman of our estate and I told him, this is against the law. Please, by 10 o'clock, reduce. Noise pollution. NEMA partnered. NEMA has the powers. They have a police, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's something this House has given us under regulation. It's called Extended Producer Responsibility Enforcement. that if, for example, a bottle of Coca-Cola or a packet of Brookside is found along Nairobi River, that company, under extended producer responsibility, they must come and clean that river. NEMA must issue that restoration order. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, during the finance bill, one of the biggest multinational companies was against the eco levy. Why was that company against the eco levy? Because their franchise in Kenya, when their packets or their bottles are found along Nairobi River and NEMA uses the extended producer responsibility, that responsibility goes to the owner of the brand, who is a multinational. And they came, I was watching, they come before the finance committee. They don't want to take responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, when the restoration support bill come next month or next year, that will be used to protect the environment, our ecosystem, I really want to ask colleagues here to support that bill and to make it even more punitive. Honorable Speaker, I think on noise pollution, it's becoming a very, very serious issue. So restoration order, sustainable waste management, the law is there of 2022. This House has enacted it. It aims to promote a circular economy in waste management, such as segregation of waste at source. In your homes, in the next few months, I will gazette the coded, where in your homes you must have a waste bin for the waste, for the wet waste, for the organic, and for the dry. The vehicles that will carry must carry separately. And when they take it to Dandora dam site, there must be different areas for different waste. For the dry one, the young people can use it for recycling. For the organic, can be used even for manure. Our public transport system must have waste bins, Mr. Speaker. That when, if you eat a banana, you don't throw it from the window. So public transport owners must provide. And so, Mr. Speaker, all these, we will enforce the noise pollution. We will enforce those who are dumping effluent to Nairobi River. When we deal with them, please don't call me. Because you will call me, it is my friend, it is somebody who supported me. Let us, all of us together, and I really want to indulge this House. I really want to indulge the leadership of Kenya is sitting here. Please, let us be remembered for conserving our environment. Let us be remembered for the fourth preamble of our Constitution that says we must protect, preserve the environment for the current generation and the future generations. The framers of the Honorable Speaker was part of the constitution making. The framers of our Constitution, I had a chat with the judges of the Environment and Land Courts. They totally agree with me. They said, up to the Chief Justice, let us, all of us, citizens, make sure. But Nairobi members of parliament, majority are sitting here. My final shot. Please, help me and the president and the multi-agency team. There was a question why, I think, Honorable, why KDF? I think that's the questions that, that's the question that you want to deal with me when I appear before the Environment Committee. And I was ready tomorrow, but I am told tomorrow members have other important business. Mine is not important anymore. So they have given me a date of 15th. And as a ranking member, Mr. Speaker, this one is very important, so you better go do it. I have no vote, but it is important. So tomorrow, Honorable TJ, I got a letter from the committee. We meet on the 15th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'm sure that the House is seriously excited that we have a new sheriff on environmental matters in town. And I wish I was not on the chair and I was on the other side when you were talking about the UNHCR and what needs to be done. But in any case, I know me and you come from the same county, so we'll talk about it. It's a serious work, and you're cut for the job, and you're doing a fantastic job. Now, the honorable members, Martin Owino, followed by Anthony Oluoch. Order. No, you will get your shot. You will get your shot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
TJ, wait. You will take the final shot, and the minister will. That's the tradition right now, which is set in here. You ask, and then you also give the last question, so that the minister can. Honorable Owino.
Thank you so much.
Followed
Mr.
by
Speaker.
the Honorable Anthony Oluoch. Then I'll go to the ladies.
CS Duale, congratulations. We know people miss you, but some people miss you more, especially for us who you mentored in first term. I just want to ask for the small rural urban areas, like in Ndewa, who are struggling right now with how to deal with this pollution and also mismanagement of waste. So my question is, right now we are reactive because of missteps when things were being done. Is there any plan for prevention of these messes? For example, working together with the Ministry of Planning for proper town planning, for these upcoming urban areas like Ndewa. And are you also going to reach out to our youth? Because we also need this engagement of youth which you have created. So don't just stop at the county level, but are you also going to reach and work with the constituencies so that they can help in managing the environment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Oluoch. Let it be a question. I don't make it very long.
Okay, thank you very much. And CS, allow me to also thank you and for the very seamless transition. It appears as if you are actually fit for the environment as opposed to the previous one. I come from a neighboring constituency from my friend Honorable TJ Kajwang. Let me begin by the pollution or the polluters that you have indicated, and you very correctly said that the informal settlements hardly do the majority of the pollution. In one of my constituency wards called Mlango Kubwa around Mau Mau Road, if you go there, a new dumping site has now started for the last 1 year. And if you look at some of what is being dumped, the menu does not look like some of the constituents who voted for me. You find macaroni remains, pishori papers. I mean, you find a lot of polythene paper of things that ordinarily I know for a fact that are not consumed on a daily basis by my constituents. But that is besides. The main point that I wanted to make to the CS is in relations to the Madare River, the demolitions that took place, and you correctly said that majority of the people affected came from my constituency and Ruaraka constituency. The people in my constituency are still smarting from the demolitions and the removals that took place in that particular place. I am very happy, and I'm sure TJ is, that Nairobi River Commission is coming to your ministry. That you have indicated you will address on the 15th, and I would be happy to appear alongside TJ. The main question that I wanted to ask you is in relation to slaughterhouses, and you indicated that slaughterhouses are one of the main causes of pollution. In Madare, I have the Kiamaikol community, where the mainstay of business for the Somali community is slaughter. Your predecessor intervened when Nema people targeted the Somali community in my constituency for harassment when they consistently were in compliance with the standards that were being made. To date, they still continue to be harassed. They still continue to be threatened with the closure of their slaughterhouses. And I want to invite you, CS, that you take the opportunity to come to my constituency, in particular to Kiamichael Ward, because then you will have a live interaction of, do the slaughterhouses, all of them, contribute into pollution of the rivers, or is there an element of corruption and high-handedness from the NEMA people because of business competition? You will also be able to see yourself the Nairobi River that passes there and get the participation of the local people on how best we can be able to preserve two things: the businesses that must continue of the Kiamichael people and the Nairobi River that we must protect. Thank you. CS.
The Honorable Beatrice Elachi, followed by the Honorable Omanyo, and I'll come to all of you. Minister, the CS will take a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to really thank the CS, who is one of the majority leaders that we've had in this country, and we will remember for many years his consistency when he means something, and I believe this is what he means in the Ministry of Environment. Mr. Speaker, mine is to just say two things. I appreciate, as he says, that we are now going to deal with Nairobi Water and also with Athi. And for me, the issue here is now the drainages and the sewers within the informal settlements, where you find they're the ones after, let's say, for example, when it rains, definitely they will drain to Nairobi River. How can we deal with that? And how can we bring in new sewer lines where there are no sewer lines? If that can really help us. But more importantly also, how can we have a program in schools where children in informal settlements can learn also how to dispose garbage, because they'll be able to assist their parents in terms of separation of garbage and all that. And lastly, is there a way we can have a program with the Turkish government, I think, so that we can have olive oil trees, which we know you can plant anywhere, whether it's in a dry land, it will grow, so that we have those seedlings and help now for those who are in areas where they are semi-arid or really arid to plant those trees, and it will help us even with oil. Thank you.
Honorable Omanya, you can ask your question also.
Oh, I thought I was next, Mr. Speaker.
Who?
Me.
But you're Omanyo, I thought.
Yes.
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buena CS, thank you so much for your extensively well-elaborated answers. But in Busia, we have, it's like two things happen at a go. Whenever it rains, it is too much that the overflow happens and the riverbanks burst, especially in Budalangi, and most of the habitats have to run away for safety all the time whenever it is raining. So while we are thinking of planting trees, other areas that are dry to attract rains, we have too much sometimes. And my question is, what is your plan to raise either something that can obstruct whenever the overflow happens in Budalangi, because this should stop. It has been there since I was not born. Then I'm now this age, the same story of floods affecting our people. And then now when you go to Teso North, there is a hard pan. I tried to dig boreholes. I couldn't go beyond. And that the areas, the few areas that have boreholes, they are seasonal. So there is a problem in that area in Teso North. I'm asking, is there a way we can have piped water to go across the sub-county, or a dam that can feed all the area, because that area, women are raped at night and girls going across the other county in Bungoma to queue for 6 to 8 hours. I meet men whenever I'm doing my own crisscrossing, and they make it as a joke and say, at night you wake up, you are touching left and right, your wife is not there. She has gone to look for this important basic need, water. So we can save a lot. When you come to Budalangi, food insecurity is now high. Poverty levels have gone too high as well. And no one anywhere in the world is likes to be put or called as poor. There are situations that happens and they find themselves like that. Now that you have been sounding so knowledgeable, I am begging, as the women representative there, that we put it pragmatically so that it doesn't just look very well done theoretically.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
The Honorable Murugara, and then Cherorot, and then the Honorable Kajwang, and the rest of you will take a serious bite on the next question.
Thank you.
There's another question also which is very similar to this, and you can ask anything on environment, because the minister is there for the Minister for Environment. So
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And he will take note of all these things and he will answer them. Whatever he can't answer them, he'll answer them the next day.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, allow me also to voice my delight this afternoon to have our former Leader of Majority being with us here. Even when he became a ranking member, I remember we used to do many, many long hours in the House, and as he can witness, we are still doing it with vigor. So we are carrying on, we are holding fort in respect of the House. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask him regarding the pollution that Honorable T.J. Kajwang has actually asked about. We know very well Nairobi River is murky. In fact, as we live within the precincts of Nairobi, you cannot, unless where it is absolutely necessary, you cannot drink that water. But as the river goes down, it gets into Machakos and then into Makwedi. And residents there actually use that water when it is not treated. It's a very big health hazard. What measures is the government putting in place to ensure that even as we clean the river here in Nairobi, the water is also treated so that the health and safety measures that would apply in Machakos and Makueni are applicable and those people are safe? Similarly, but in the contrast, the Tana River has very clean water. As it traverses the Raka, we actually use that water without any treatment, and hardly, seldomly, can it be said that it's a health hazard. And I know you do it in Garissa, because I come to Garissa quite often, and I see as it flows under the bridge. But as we speak today, there is a very serious threat to that river because of the water towers, which are on Mount Kenya, Nyambene Regis, and those ones. The tributaries that drain into Tana River are now dry, and therefore the river has very little water. When you combine that with harvesting or harnessing of electricity, then you have a dry river as it meanders past Garissa into the Indian Ocean. What measures is the government putting in place to ensure that, first and foremost, we save the water towers of Mount Kenya and Nyambene Regis? Number two, that we plant trees that are actually friendly to the riverine condition, special trees that will help in preserving water along the Tana River and its tributaries.
Honorable Cherorot, be very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to tell the CS that he is equal to the task. And for him to succeed also, he has to make sure that he cuts across the Ministry of Water and Agriculture, because they are interconnected. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the challenge we have in our country is the air pollution, and also the challenge we have is that we have to shop wisely, Because the other day, Mr. Speaker, I was from Nakuru, and I was following another car. And the guy in front of me, the users of that car, threw some waste. I think they were eating some food, and then they threw it on the road. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the CS, what are the measures that you are going to put in place to make sure that Kenyans behave wisely and they handle their environment well? Another thing that I want to ask the CS is that what plans do you have? Because you find that in our country, most of the rivers have been neglected. And I want to ask him, what measures is he putting in place to make sure that Kenyans themselves own it and participate, especially by taking care of their environment? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want also to say that I'll ask what also measures is he going to make sure that he put in place so that we employ the use of recycle, because there is a problem, reuse and recycle, so that we can be able to manage well our waste, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable TJ, so that the Minister, we can dispose of that question. We'll go to the next question and you'll take a bite of that.
Mr. Speaker, many members have...
You will have an opportunity on the next one. The Minister has taken already too many members. Order. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, many members have complimented, congratulated, and expressed a lot of faith in the Cabinet Secretary. So I wouldn't go there. I will just take it where it belongs. But I have to give him worth the distinction that he has in relevance. I think he has attended to this question with a lot of relevance. But so that these questions are not shrouded, I have a lot of respect for members, but they have asked a lot of carry-through questions, which may lose the gist of the question that this minister came here to respond to. I want to pick only 4 aspects of it very quickly, so that the minister is brought back to the questions which are direct to this issue. In question Roman 3 says, what measures are there to address the discharge of effluent into rivers and water sources in the country? And the minister has responded, well so, that one of the things that they have in place is this animal called Nairobi River Commission. I want to take that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister aware, of course, I'm sure he is, being a ranking member of this House who knows legislation making and so on. He knows of Gazette Notice, special issue number 258 of 2nd of December 2022, which created this Nairobi Rivers Commission. And in this notice, the Gazette especially is 14891, which quotes the Climate Change Act and quotes the Environmental Management and Coordination Act. Of course, the issue of the rivers is in the Act of Environmental Management Act. In fact, at that time, the Climate Change Act, you read it all, there is no function at all that is given to Nairobi Rivers Commission. And yet, that is the act upon which this is predicated. But worse, over the page, it is signed by a man that I'm coming to respect, called Honorable the President, William Samoei Ruto. Now, under that act, it is this CS who has the authority to appoint a commission, not the president at all, and it is not delegated function. And number 2, this Gazette Notice must be laid before this House under delegated powers and jurisdiction of this House. And nobody has the power to make law other than this House. I'm sure the minister knows this. And so they create a commission, and yet it is this commission which is driving the policy of cleaning the Nairobi River. I am going to meet him on 15th, but in that 15th, I've asked him to consider disbanding this commission and creating it afresh in a legislative process that is viable. But in this case, he would have to respond and say, if in this question I have asked, that if this commission were to drive this process, that it is dead as dodo, ab initio. Number two, I like what the minister is saying about producer responsibility. In other words, if it is breweries, or if it is sewerage, Nairobi sewerage, or Athi sewerage, they have a responsibility on these river courses. I like that. And is the minister considering creating a more substantive enforcement powers under these commissions or the companies that are responsible? For example, to insist that their balance sheets, there must be an account in which some portion of money in what they make, whether profits or not, is dedicated to the cleaning up of these river courses, because of that responsibility which the minister is talking about. The last one is, you see, Honorable Oluoch is on the upper coast than me, so he gets polluted before I get polluted in that course as it goes down the road. But you see, there's a neglect of Nairobi River. And so even when you say about dumping, there must be consistent way of opening up that river course by dredging, and that is not very little money. Dredging the course to keep it open so that the substances as they pass through, including medical affluents, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that Oluoch and we see in that river coming from the myriads of clinics. There are more clinics than there are people. I don't know whom they are treating, but there is more clinics than there are people. And all that affluence is coming down the river. So dredging, and then people from a place that I have a lot of respect for have this affinity of land. When they see land, their body changes. So what they do is that they dump sand. They dump quarry sand on the coast of the river, so that as much as it is getting constricted, Mr. Speaker, this is very important.
The chair has given you an inordinately long leeway for you to make your case, but don't turn this into a very long speech.
I'm most obliged. I'm most obliged. And you know, you and I are now the remaining ranking members in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, but the point is this, that these people are dumping quarry sand in packets, so that the river creates some more land. This is what we learn, him and I. These people from those places, they have an affinity for land. So Mr. Speaker, the CS must know how to dredge this river course and remove all those this dump material, so that the river gets back to its course wide and sure, and as it goes down, the water becomes a little loose and more liquid, so that there is a velocity that it flows down the river. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS, one serious takeaway, just to add on, is that if I got him right, he is saying, what regulatory? Is it going to be a new piece of legislation that's going to give you more teeth than you've had before, for you to be able to perform all this raft of very ambitious things, or you can do it through like regulations? Is that right, Mr.? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and you are a ranking member. Maybe TJ follows you, and the Honorable Kamket has not had, because he's not very far from Honorable TJ, but the senior ranking member is the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House, and Honorable TJ, and you know, the laws are there. the problem in our country is enforcement.
Fair enough.
And I'm going to deal with enforcement. And the man in charge of enforcement, whether it is noise pollution, whether it's waste management, whether it is environmental degradation, Nairobi River, dam sites, if all of us, the leadership, we work together, I want to assure you that the people who have been given the mandate, why does NEMA has police officers and other agencies don't have? It's because how important environment is. So Honorable TJ, I agree with you in creating the Nairobi River legal notice 14891, there are issues. But we are very lucky. I don't want to be accused, but now we have an Attorney General, one of the most brilliant women, I think, in Kenya. I will sit with her when the executive order is signed. Nairobi River comes to my ministry. We will sit with her. We want to work within a legal framework. Secondly, all that you're asking about Nairobi River, the 30-meter riparian size. We will drench Nairobi River. We will build embankments so the river comes back to its course and carry the water. But what I will do, because that presentation was done to His Excellency the President on Monday by our team, I will look for a day. I invite the Nairobi leaders, and we will show you the plan we have. I will not succeed in this ministry without the leaders, without the members of parliament. Honorable Oluoch, Honorable TJ, Honorable Beatrice Alachi, Honorable KJ, I need your support. But I want to assure, through the Speaker, Nairobi River will not be the same again. And this is not me saying, it's President William Ruto and the Commander-in-Chief who is saying he has only given me delegated authority. But it's him who said it on Monday, and we have a serious, and that's why we have started with Nairobi River. So we'll fix that. And I agree. You know, the members now have put me in many, many other issues. Let me speak to my good sister from Busia. The flooding control, please, and we have done research, work with KFS and KEFRI, plant more bamboo trees. Bamboo trees have become successful in the control of floodings. We will provide with you, we will go there, let us plant as many bamboo trees as possible. And you will count on me, that's success. The other issue which government did was, it's the same problem we are facing with Tana River when it floods. As we go, get more money, but I think that we can do it. Because it's an intervention also for restoration of the ecosystem. If you mix it with the indigenous tree species, our honorable women rep, and even planting in the riparian areas, I can tell you that is a quick solution we can start with. On the challenge, Mr. Speaker, on Tana River by the Honorable Mulugara, I've missed you. There are times, Mr. Speaker, during our days, it was difficult, if you allow me, during our days it was difficult to impeach a deputy president. And the reason was we had the numbers. We had 145. And you know, if you have 117, you survive. So as we were aligned to William Ruto, we had 145, and Murugara was our lead counsel. So the problem of the challenge of siltation in Tana River is that we need to protect the water catchment areas through planting the right species. Tell the people not to plant eucalyptus. Eucalyptus trees will finish. Secondly, there are too many horticulture and farming and people are diverting the water at the top of the Abadeas and the other areas. So by the time it's coming to Garissa, Tharaka, Tana River, it meanders and it migrates like the nomads. So even farmers, palms, this month is here, the next month it's in a dry area. And I agree with you, but let's help. Honorable Wino, very good point. I have talked to NEMA, we'll work with the county. We must ensure working with the Department of Physical Planning, and we'll come up with a holistic land use for even our rural part. But the NEMA person on the ground must...
Honorable Oluoch, you are supposed to be listening to the minister because he's answering the things you asked. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Wino, your point is very valid. I will prepare it conclusively, but we will deal with it. There was the issue of the solid waste management. The problem I have, and let me be very frank to the House, most of the challenges we are facing with waste management, noise pollution, environmental issues, all these are devolved. All these are devolved. And nobody in the counties wants to take care. I mean, we must face it. We must face it. And as I talk to you, let me start with Nairobi. And the president has really helped the county government of Nairobi. We will help him in terms of resources because we will not deal with Nairobi River if we don't fix the old debilitated sewer system in Nairobi. So the president has committed that he will first fix the sewer. Because the sewer line is in the river. Even when we want to drench, we will meet the sewer lines. But yesterday, the president has committed, and please, when it comes to the House, the budget, support it. Because we want to fix that sewer line and maintain it properly.
Yeah, I think...
we shall use what you call the expanded responsibility. Honorable TJ, I can tell you, today I want to forgive them. But if I give you the names of the corporations that pollute Nairobi River with their products, some of them, they make billions of profits. So when we bring a restoration fee order that will be domiciled in NEMA, that will be only used, to not go to the National Treasury to go and use it to pay debt. It will only be used, and you must amend that, you are good in amendments. It will only be used for environmental restoration and protection. Please support me. You saw it on the newspapers, because we must protect, even as honorable member from Lamu, we must even protect the marine ecosystem. It's very, very important to our country, Mr. Speaker. And you know Lamu very well. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Watch, you are a very good man, but please, I am not a Somali minister. I am a Kenyan minister. And that is the oath I took. But you are better, at least you have called me Somali. Some called me warrior, which is very, very demeaning. It is very demeaning. It's better you call me Somali, but not warrior. Warrior is very demeaning. It is a shame. Those people of mine, they have no choice. There are 15 of them who have not complied, the slaughterhouses. 2 have complied. They will not be closed because of competition. And I agree with you. I know who wants to close them. They employ a lot of people. But what I want you to do, the Korean government has given NEMA some facility to deal with affluent, not to come to Nairobi River. I want us, we sit with us in my office with you and NEMA, and we agree on how we help them them do the business, and then they don't discharge their affluent to the river. So that I protect your votes, but I protect the environment. You know, and tell them what Didi said. I think, Speaker, Speaker, I have finished. Yes. We are, the only good thing Honorable Bichi said was, yes, we are working with the Kenya Curriculum Department to mainstream waste management into our school curriculum. We have already written to them so that our children, we teach our kids about waste disposal and waste sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have tried.
Yeah, you've done ably,
yes.
and very well answered that question. Now we're going to the last question. The
last one, I think, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, is on saving our water towers. I think somebody asked, I think it was Honorable Murugara. We are doing fencing, we are doing restoration, we're involving the communities, and we are doing what is called Adapt a Forest Initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then the last question, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Tigania. Order, honorable members, you will get a bite now. So wait until the question is asked. They're pretty much similar, and I know I've noticed the honorable member for Lamu, the honorable member for Kwanza, the honorable Kamket, all of you will get an opportunity to also weigh in on this. So just relax, hold your horses. Proceed, Honorable Mutunga, and ask the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Honorable Ededoele for very ably answering the questions so far. And since I did not get an opportunity to ask him a question on the past questions that he has answered, if you can allow me, I will first of all start with that, then I ask my question. Allow? I would ask one question.
No. Ask the question. Ask the question first.
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
In the follow-up question, then you can ask.
My question, Honorable Speaker, is
the rules are very the tradition, yes.
On climate financing. I would like the Minister to explain the structure of climate financing in Kenya, while outlining the key actors and the benefits gained through climate financing to fight issues arising from climate change. In other words, to address the issues arising through climate change.
Yes, proceed.
The second question is to elaborate on how carbon credits are quantified and remunerated accordingly in the country, and mechanisms in place to ensure that farmers who plant trees qualify for carbon credits.
Very good.
Thank you.
Ministers, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for Dr. Mutunga, very professional. When I saw his question, is what I grappled with during my vetting. I had to go and read on carbon credits, what it means. It's a very complicated thing. But Mr. Speaker, I wish to know that Kenya's climate financing structure comprises of a mixed international, national, and private sector financial flows, which are aimed at supporting our country's climate change, both in terms of mitigation and in terms of adaptation efforts. Because those climate financing deal with two. How do we deal with climate crisis? One is mitigation, the other one is adaptation. And this involves a multi-stakeholder framework. It involves integrated both public and private sector actors. It involves both bilateral and multilateral donors. It involves domestic institutions to channel funds towards addressing climate-related issues. And, Mr. Speaker, the structure of climate finance has key actors. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight on who are these key actors in climate finance and what are their roles. The first actor is the National Treasury. And the primary duty of the National Treasury is the primary custodian of all matters of climate finance and responsible implementation of our climate finance policy. So whatever we do with our climate finance framework. Number two, the National Treasury role is overall mobilization of climate funds, and they lead. When we go to COP29 in November, they will be the lead people in terms of climate finance negotiation under the United Nations framework for Convention on Climate Change, known as UNFCCC. The other function of the National Treasury is to establish a dedicated climate finance and green economy unit, which they did in 2016, and that unit coordinates, facilitates activities related to climate finance. Also, they are the current implementers in all our counties, I think even in Garissa and in Meru, where you come from. They are the implementers of a fund called Financing Locally Led Climate Action, known as FLOCA program. It's mainly run from the National Treasury, but the main stakeholders are county governments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury as an actor is the Kenya National Designated, the DNA, for Green Climate Fund. The DNA is in my ministry. It is domiciled in NEMA. That's where the register is for carbon market. But in terms of Green Climate Fund, the National Treasury holds the pen. The next group is the National Climate Change Council, ACTA. This is chaired by the President, and myself as the Minister for Environment is the Secretary. We have the Minister for Energy, we have somebody from the academia, we have somebody from the civil society, we have somebody from the marginalized communities, we have somebody representing the youth, and you passed it in the Climate Act Amendment 2 months ago, this House. I am at the stage of establishing that council. So what does this council do as an actor? This council's mandate is to provide legislative and policy direction. So whatever that comes to the House, whether it's a policy or legislative, it emanates. They do supervision, they do oversight, they do guidance on climate change across all levels of government, including even the climate finance mechanism that I've just talked about. It's called the Climate Change Fund. The third actor is the Interministerial Committee on Climate Finance, which was established in 2015 to provide leadership. Their function is to provide leadership on the climate finance activities in Kenya, including the GCF. The Interministerial Committee on Climate Finance is composed of senior technical officers handling climate change, climate finance matters from various ministries, from various departments, from various agencies, and even from the Council of Governors. The fourth actor is my ministry, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. What do? We coordinate climate change actions in the country, and we are the focal point for this UNFCCC. We chair this Interministerial Committee on Climate Finance, and we operationalize the entity for Global Environmental Facility, which supports a number of our programs. The fifth actor is NEMA. What does NEMA do? As I said earlier, NEMA is the designated national authority for carbon markets in Kenya. The register is there. They do assessment when there is a carbon market project in your constituency. They analyze, they look at the law, and Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this House. The regulations for carbon market was passed last week, and for the first time, if, for example, there is a carbon offset project in Dr. Mutunga or the Deputy Speaker's, the Speaker's constituency. The community, by law, will get 40% of the proceeds. And the project will not continue until something called Community Development Agreement is signed. Before, nobody was paying. There were many companies who are getting billions from even our soil carbon, and they were not paying anything. So NEMA is now mandated as a focal point. They co-chair the interministerial, and they do the implementing entity for the adaptation fund, and the direct access entity. Then we have the line ministries and state departments, and then we have the line ministries they must mainstream climate action in planning and budgeting. Then we have the county governments, the establishment of the county climate change funds. Many funds is going to our counties, and I think the Senate has an obligation to make sure that they also audit those funds. In our counties, the mainstreaming of climate action in the counties planning and budgeting process. I think the two final actors is the development partners. What do the development partners do? They have the provision of the climate finance and technical assistance. They include the multilateral, the World Bank, the African Development Bank. We have the bilateral actors, the European Union, the NIDA, USAID, CEDA, AFD, many of them JICA. Then lastly, we have the private sector. And what is their role as an actor in the climate financing? Their investment in low carbon climate resilient in terms of technologies and in terms of action. Kenya Commercial Bank, for example, is accredited by the Global Climate Fund. Equity Bank, Cooperative Bank, they have been nominated for accreditation. Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, and Kenya Association of Manufacturers are members of the Interministerial Technical Committee. Speaker, the second, he asked what is the benefits of financing received? Honorable Speaker, Kenya is mobilizing an average of 300 billion every year on climate finance and climate-related investment from both the public and the private sector. Some of the notable climate funding and projects in Kenya include the IMF Resilient Sustainability Facility of $544 million, the FLOCA program, which I said it is domiciled mainly in our counties, of $295 US, the adaptation fund of $10 million US, the Kenya Smart Agriculture Project, $250 million US, and the Climate Investment Fund, USD 70 million. The climate finance, Mr. Speaker, received by Kenya brings several significant benefits that contribute to the country's effort to mitigate and to adapt to the impacts of climate change. These benefits are many and they span across environmental, social, economic dimensions. They enhance resilience, they support sustainability, and they contribute to our development. Honorable Speaker, allow me to bring to the attention of the House that as a country, we have a significant climate financing gap, which hinders our ability to fully implement our climate goals, including those outlined in our country's national determined contribution. The full implementation of NDC requires a country to mobilize USD 62 billion. Despite the influx of international and domestic funding, the available financial resources fall short of estimated needs for climate financing. But Mr. Speaker, there are about 4 regulations remaining on climate financing, carbon market, carbon, even the registry, which I'll bring to the House next week. And we should be through, God willingly, before COP29 in Baku. I really want to urge the Committee of Delegated Legislation. They have really helped me when I was in defense, and even here when I'm in environment. We argued our case, and last week they really supported the first regulations. Once we deal with the legal framework, Kenya will be ahead. Kenya will be ahead of many, many countries in Africa in terms of how prepared are we for carbon market. Speaker, the second question, which is the final one, was to elaborate how carbon credits are quantified and remunerated accordingly in the country and mechanism in place. Speaker, this is very technical. So I think Dr. Mutunga might be the only one who will understand. Some of the, like the NDA, what the NDA is, what carbon trading is, what carbon index is, who is qualified, what are the parameters. On the last question, Mr. Speaker, the member seeks our indulgence to elaborate how carbon credits are quantified and to state mechanism in place to ensure tree planting farmers qualify. There's a member who asked me last week if my car is old and is polluting, I told him, in fact, you are supposed to pay. Well, this carbon thing is like, for example, the big corporations in the West, like airlines, because they are polluting, they are the polluters. We are the victims. So we trade in. We plant trees, then they offset that with the pollution. So, Mr. Speaker, it's good to define simple terms what a carbon credit is. This is a unit of exchange that individuals and firms alike use to offset their greenhouse gas emissions. Farmers who plant trees can qualify for carbon projects by participating in what we call agroforestry or restoration initiatives, where carbon credits are generated based on the amount of carbon sequestered by the trees over time. Mr. Speaker, one important requirement for farmers to consider the trees planted for this specific purpose of sequestering carbon have to be on the land for a long time to ensure permanency on carbon sequestered. Allow me to elaborate the process involved. A baseline scenario is first established to estimate how much carbon could have been stored in the absence of the project. Farmers, this could mean assessing the current land use or the vegetation before tree planting. Then farmers plant trees which capture and store carbon, what they call the carbon sink as they grow. The amount of carbon is then monitored periodically based on a tree species, on growth rates or area covered. Once the carbon is verified, carbon credits are issued based on the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed. One carbon credit represents sequestration of 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. So farmers are remunerated or they are paid based on the sale of these carbon credits in carbon markets. The price of carbon credits can vary depending on market demand and the type of the project. A project developer or a farmer who wishes to engage in a carbon project shall first apply to the DNA through the register domiciled in NEMA for approval of the carbon project. The procedure for developing a carbon project are detailed in the Climate Change as Amended Act Carbon Markets Regulations, which was gazetted via Kenya Supplement, Kenya Gazette 105. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Tigania constituency marks as the end of his question, and I was to respond. But allow me that I will take time, he's my good friend, and ask even my team to take him through. Once we finish with the legal framework, this carbon market is going to benefit a lot of our people. And we have made sure 40%, if a carbon market project is brought to your constituency, 40% of the proceeds must go. And I'm happy in Wajir North, the Honorable Sane has written to me, and we will gazette the forest. The man in charge of forest is here. He will go with you, he will assess. It will be the first forest in northern Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we will order honorable members. I'll ask the MP for Kwanza, then followed by the MP for Lamu East, followed by the Honorable Sane, and then the Honorable Kamket. All of you ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take as little time as possible. Don't
I will
make
take
a very
little time.
speech.
I've been sitting
In
here
any
for
case, the House is supposed to sit until 9 o'clock. So you still have 2 more hours if you want to debate on this.
Mr. Speaker, Swandisan, thank you very much for the chance. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the CS. I think you are up to the task. I know you because we've worked together in this House. You are very detailed, and I think you are very exposed. I want to thank you, and please continue. My question has been asked, but I think I want to make 2 comments, Mr. Speaker, which are very, very important. One, on this affluent and the drainage wastage, particularly in Nairobi. I had a chance to go to Israel, and I think page marking is not a problem. Mr. Speaker, I was impressed because the drainage system in Israel, and I was there, I was explained there's a system that actually trains the wastage, particularly solid wastage. Actually, it goes almost 6 kilometers away, and about 6 stages along the pipeline. And at the end of the day, at the end of the 6th stage, which is about 6 kilometers away, the water is very clean, and it's actually used for irrigation. So I think, Bwana CS, half the time, I don't want to say that you have to go to Israel, but if you have the time to get one of your officers to go there to benchmark on that, this sewage problem in Nairobi and urban areas will be solved. There's a system that actually cleans the water. At the end of it, you can't believe it, it's a clean water for irrigation. Secondly, I think on the wastage, on the afforestation.
MP for Kwanza.
Yes.
You have an opportunity to ask a supplementary question.
What? Can I just finish?
The opportunity is to ask a question.
Well,
but if you're going to make, you get a leeway, but don't make a long speech of all your experiences in Israel and everywhere. Proceed.
I will proceed. And I also, because I said my question was asked, I also want to find out whether there's any plan, because of afforestation, which is an issue, whether you have some plans, particularly on highway. And again, I want to say this, go to Denmark, you will see there's the government, I think, on the environmental, because I've got to one of my family members there, I saw along the highway, they have planted a lot of trees. And therefore, I also want you to take time to be able to even benchmark in Denmark and see along the way, because you have, I think, 6 meters from the main stage and there's nothing. You can plant trees there. I also want to see if you have also the time to be able to do that benchmarking in Denmark.
Fair enough.
Thank you, because my question was asked. I just want to share this experience with my former colleague.
Okay. The Honorable Member for Lamu East.
Manners, no manners.
Lamu East, the Honorable Raphael Wanjala. You're not on the chair. Don't tell the Honorable MP for Kwanza to sit down or to rise up. Proceed, Honorable.
Asante Bwana Spika. Nami kunipa hii nafasi nipate kumuuliza waziri maswali yangu. Mwanzo nichukue nafasi hii kumpongeza waziri. Kusema la kweli hapa bunge tumekumisi. Tulikuwa sauti tunaisikia sana hapa. So sasa hivi umekuja tumekumbuka ile sauti yako. mimi ulipopata hii nafasi nilifikiri huyo mfugaji na mazingira ni vipi, lakini sahihi nimeona umekuwa bingwa wa kuhifadhi mazingira. Ukizungumza inatoka rohoni kabisa. Ukishughulikia mazingira inakufanya upende. So naona ushaingiliana uko vizuri, na pongezi kwa hilo. Swali langu la kwanza ni, kuna wakati niuliza swali ya juu ya CU. Kuna kampuni inaitwa Zarara ilienda ikachimba kule gas, hawakupata, wakafunga, lakini kile kisima hakikufungwa vizuri. Kuna fumes zinatoka, moshi unatoka hapo, watu wakaogopa, na hiyo maeneo pia yamebadilika rangi, na kuna mtu yule alikuwa kilinda hapo alifariki. Sasa watu wameanza kuwa na wasiwasi. Nilipouliza swali hilo hapa bungeni nikajibiwa kwa maandishi. Wakati huo ni mabadiliko yalikuwa yametokea, so swali langu likawa halikujibika vizuri, nikasema nijibiwe tena, sijatosheka, lakini mambo ikapotelea hapo. Kwa hivyo naomba ile swali langu, kama leo mnaweza kunijibu sawa, kama hamwezi mhakikishe nimejibiwa, manake ile iliyozungumzwa haikuwa sawa, si vile kulivyo huko mashinani.
Fair enough.
Ya swali la pili, waziri, nimekusikia ukisema mambo ya hizi takataka iko kwa county. Ni kweli iko kwa county, lakini mimi hapa sina uwezo wa kwenda kumuuliza county, niko kwa bunge hili. Mimi nitakuuliza wewe. Kuna maeneo kama Lamu Mashariki, eneo ambalo Lamu Kenya nzima kwa kupanda miti tuko 42%, namba 2 Kenya nzima. Lakini utaona eneo bunge la Lamu Mashariki tuna vijiji 23. Tuna upande wa msitu na tuna upande wa bahari. Na watu wangu wanang'ang'ana kuhifadhi. Lakini hakuna mpangilio yoyote, hakuna alama yoyote ya kuonesha kutoka kwa national government au kwa county government kama kuna kitu inafanywa. Mnatupatia morali vipi? Naona waziri ukizungumza ukataja angalau upande wa marine, wa bahari. Na kuomba uliingize kwa fikra, kwa sababu hapa bunge nikikaa, waziri yoyote akija hakuna mtu anataja Lamu Mashariki. Kwa hivyo wewe umeikumbuka Lamu Mashariki, naomba utufikirie, maana kule kwetu hakuna hata pahali birika imetengezwa ya kuweka takataka. Hizo takataka zote zinaikwa kwa bahari. Kwa hivyo nataka ulifikirie hilo, kama kuna mpangilio yote na sisi utufanyie. Asante. Au kama huko umefanywa uniambie ni gani, na mimi niko ground sana, sijaona pahali. Asante.
Mheshimiwa wa Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my supplementary questions, I want to correct.
I thought you were going to ask in Kiswahili the way Rueda was. But proceed.
Unfortunately, I look forward to a day when the Somali language, which is being the language of many millions of Kenyans, will be an official language, and then I would have done better. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct two issues the minister pronounced himself on. One, I appreciate his generosity that he wants to gazette Bute Malawa Forest. This has been gazetted 4 years ago. All I requested him is to operationalize the 19,000 hectares of land generously given to Kenya Forest Service. So it is already gazetted. I wrote to you for its operationalization, Bwana CS. One other statement he made remarks in regard to one scientist around, an environmentalist. Speaking in front of you is equally an environmentalist on matters at hand, Mr. Speaker. So you should not think that there's only one environmentalist in the House. And going straight to the issue, the climate financing issue. Mr. Speaker, there is a paradox globally that climate financing is not purposed to stop climatic abuse, but rather the rich nations want to abuse the climate so that they become richer and the poor ones continue suffering. So all that they are trying to do under the concept of climate change is to cut out a balance between adaptation and mitigation. That's all they are doing about climate change, to strike a balance, so that those who are endowed can at least give the wealth they have sinfully acquired, to use the right word, in abusing the environment, to the vulnerable ones, the poor third world states. That is what climate change in a layman way means, Mr. Speaker. And in so doing, the structure is as complex as climate change itself. It is hard to understand this issue of carbon credit, hard, very complex. It is driven by the same selfish, rich abusers, Mr. Speaker. Now the issue. For us to come to the bottom of climate change financing, we know that the rangelands are the biggest sequester of carbon. It is a scientific concept. And where are the rangelands? Where you come from, Mr. Speaker? Where I come from, the northern Kenya, what we call ASALs. This is the biggest sequester of carbon that is a nuisance to the ozone and climate change. What structures are there? What mechanisms are there? And the most affected, the most vulnerable to climate change is, unfortunately, again, the pastoralists. The sequester, the vulnerable in equal measure. So how far is carbon financing established to make sure that those who are most affected and those who are to be the sequester of this bad element is at the core of it, is something I would wish to hear from the minister. Then, for us to structure climate financing, Mr. Speaker, there is a big data and knowledge gap. Data and knowledge gap. If you have big data and knowledge gap, it goes without saying that you can't come up with adaptation mechanisms appropriate to the risks. And consequently, what will arise? We will have a fragmented financing architecture too, that our climate financing will be fragmented. The architecture will not be smooth and well-oriented. So what are we doing about data? How authentic is our climate change data? How knowledgeable are pastoralists and those who are most affected? That is my first supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, and if you will allow me a bit of latitude to go into the first, because you stopped us, on issues of our environmental health concerning pollution on rivers, the Nairobi River. It is true, the Cabinet Secretary answered well on the matter, that maintaining a good standard of environmental health, it's a multi-sectoral, multi-pronged issue. It's not a one-off issue. It cuts across many ministries, many actors, and many livelihoods. But it is true what he said, it comes down to behavioral issue. We have informal settlements in Nairobi. How do we behave? The culture of disposing waste. But of concern to me, how is our sewerage system, is it being improved to make sure that effluents, raw effluents, human defecants do not go into our aquatic ecosystem, into our waters? And that tells me...
Honorable Sane, you've had a very long leeway. Ask one question now. You should be in the Committee on Environment and you should be giving all these ideas at the appropriate places.
Mr. Wanjala, the speaker addressed me and I am obliged to hear him. We don't have two speakers. My question in a nutshell, all that is happening in Nairobi is going downstream to downstream communities. Tana River, Indian Ocean. It's not only an impact on our terrestrial ecosystem. What are we doing on these effects? on our
enough.
aquatic ecosystem.
The minister will be
Thank
at
you.
liberty to say that he was prepared for this question, or maybe give another day to answer some of these questions. They're very technical, and ample prior preparations is always important. Now I said Kamket, followed by Mgwen. You were supposed to have had. And Mutunga, you will get the final bite because you're the questioner. Order, Honorable Wanjala. Order. No, he's been here much earlier than you. And then the MP Oyula, Butula, and then Wanjala, you're the last. And then, of course, the questioner. And then be very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, while I want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for his very articulate replies to our questions, and I want to state, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Duale is a seasoned politician. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in terms of seniority, in terms of loyalty, he has a proven record in serving with the Excellency the President. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, in the current circumstances, if there is anyone who deserves, should our motion go through, to become the Deputy President of Kenya, is the Honorable Duale.
Okay.
And why not? I mean,
order, honorable members, order. And proceed.
And why not, Honorable Speaker? Because, you know, the Honorable Duale represents all pastoralists in this country. And the pastoralist community and population is not a small one. And somebody has said, together with the Muslim population. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I have a particular question, and I'll need your guidance, Honorable Speaker, on this. Some time back, about 5 months ago, the women rep for Baringo, Honorable Jamatia, brought a petition to this assembly. And that petition was correctly directed to the Committee on Public Petitions on the matter of an imaginary forest called Mukutani. Mukutani is a place that lies between Baringo South and Tiati constituency. The information I have, Mr. Speaker, is that the ministry has been frustrating Parliament, particularly the Committee on Public Petitions, on this matter. And I want to confirm to you, Mr. Speaker, that indeed there is no forest in Mukutani. What has happened is a gazettement of a particular area illegally for
the Honorable Kamket,
yes,
the Honorable Kamket,
yes.
You have brought an issue that is not on the order paper today.
I just want the Cabinet Secretary to answer this.
But you see, it's not the questions.
The issue is this, Mr. Speaker. Let me just go straight to it. That is it government policy? Is it policy, Mr. Speaker, that the government can decide to wake up one day and gazette a place that is populated by people and their livestock and their animals and whatever, and they designate it as a forest where there is no forest in the first place?
Order, Honorable Kamket. You don't lazily, and I use this word, come in and try and turn a question that was filed by an honorable member on a substantive matter and turn it into a debate that's in your mind. Put that question yourself.
That's what I'm doing.
Proceed and
yes,
put on the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But you can't turn this one right now into that debate.
No, it's not a debate, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Can you ask a question? Supplementary question on the matter of the question by Honorable Mutunga, 130/2024. Please, let us stick to the rules of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the beauty of
because when you say that, then other members of Parliament who come from the same area will also demand to be given a right of reply. You see, right now you are giving, or you've taken a digression, a total digression. The House, the rules do not allow that. ask a question on the basis of what's there in the order paper.
Mr.
today.
Speaker, thank you very much. I stand guided. Except, Mr. Speaker, the beauty of joyriding, Mr. Speaker, is that a member can inquire on any matter. And this is a matter of environment, Mr. Speaker. This is the Minister for Environment. And, Mr. Speaker, I have taken the liberty, because the Minister is here, and this matter has taken far too long, Mr. Speaker. And I thought I would just take...
It's a contentious matter.
And the women rep for Baringo is here.
Okay.
She knows
Okay, ask the
that
question
petition
and then
has
she'll
not
get
been
an
replied to.
opportunity.
I have asked, is it policy for government to create a forest where there is none and try to evict people and settlers who have lived in a particular area for whatever reason, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Mgwen, and then the MP for Butula, the MP for Budalangi, and the honorable member for Wajir South. Then, of course, we come back to Mutunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Yes. First, I would like to thank the CS for climate change, forestry, environment, climate change, and forestry, Honorable Aden Duale, and his team, the PSS and the DG. My question goes on a case of forest land exchange program in Nandi County, in my constituency, Mgwen constituency, a scheme called Chepkumia, Kapkangani area.
And you expect the minister to prepare himself as you sit or stand on your feet and ask a completely different question from what is on the order paper. Okay. The rules are very clear.
Okay.
You
now,
ask a question, a supplementary question on the matter that's on the order paper.
Okay.
But if you want something else, file it.
Okay. Now, the question that is related to what is on the supplementary paper today, Honorable Speaker, is on we have a good program that the President has put in place on planting 15,000 trees across the country. 15 billion trees. Now, however, this matter has not had a substantial or a sustainable program. For example, a number of members here have raised that most of the trees have not been attended to. We plant and we leave it there. So we get a lot of them dying. So what is the minister having in place so that you can have that? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and lastly, is many youth in my constituency were enthusiastic on this, and they came out in large numbers to prepare tree nursery beds, and they have a lot of trees, seedlings, that are matured, yet the government have not absorbed those or purchased these tree seedlings. So what is the minister doing so that we can help these youth? These trees have matured. Nandi County, for example, is raining almost throughout the year. Is it possible that we can purchase all these tree seedlings and plant them, even if we don't have budget now? Okay. The minister can organize for this budget allocation.
You have rested your case. Let him do that bit. Okay. Let him do the thinking for that purpose. And the next one is the Honorable MP for Butula. Be very brief.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. May I start by appreciating Waziri Duale for the explanation he has given to us in this House. It has been very clear, and a lot of us have learned a few things that we didn't know. Honorable Speaker, my question is on carbon credits and how the ordinary farmer in Kenya who has endured to come up with a forest, protect that forest, how can that farmer be compensated? Just to encourage the farmers also to protect their forests so that the environment is improved. If there is any way
you made your point.
The farmer can be advised and helped and motivated. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Wanjala Rafael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Environment said here that bamboos are used to stop flooding. I don't want to
mitigate flooding.
Sorry,
There's a
mitigate
difference
flooding.
between stopping and mitigation.
No problem, mitigate flooding.
Proceed.
I don't want to challenge him, but I want to tell him that flooding is a different thing, and mitigating flooding is a different thing. Bamboo will only stop soil erosion. It will not stop water to move, but it will stop soil erosion. Mr. Speaker, the floods that come in Budalangi, which is in Western, comes from all the way from Uasin Gishu, all the rain in Eldoret, all the rain in Cherangani, all the rain in Mount Elgon, and all the rain in Nandi Hills and parts of Kapsabet, Vihiga, Kakamega, and Bungoma. There are several rivers within those areas, but these rivers collapse into two. These small rivers collapse into two big rivers. That is River Yala and River Zoya. And they come with a very big force moving into the lake. In the process, they have carried a lot of silt. Now, at the deltas of the rivers, Zoya and Yala, and possibly Nyandu, because it's the same, they are silted at the delta, so the water is not able. We have put embankments, those dikes, but because the water cannot move into the lake, it goes behind it, and the lake is also full. And this water now runs back into people's home. Like this year, Mr. Speaker, it was 10 kilometers from the lake. And why I'm asking this question, the minister, because it is about environment that affects those people. The good thing that minister has been a minister for defense.
Like I said from the beginning.
Yeah, let me just complete. The minister has been in defense.
Yes.
And they did a good job at Kisumu when they were desilted Kisumu, where the ship are landing. They have equipments. We have equipments in the dams. Minister for Environment can help us to bring these equipment, even from National Youth Service. They have dredgers to come and desilt these rivers so that we don't have backflow from the lake that is causing problems. It goes even up to 10 kilometers. All homes are collapsed, crops are collapsed. Even the trees they are talking of planting, they dry up when there is too much water. I'm asking, what can he do, having with the experience he has, what can he do to help us? And last one, Mr. Speaker, where the minister comes from, there is one governor who was celebrated, who was awarded in, I think it's somewhere in Wajir, Mandera. That governor in a desert, what he has done, can he take his people to go and benchmark so that all our towns will look like that town in a desert? That is how Dubai was brought up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rafael Wanjala, you have asked a very heavy question that needs a serious work on the part of the minister and the ministry. Why don't you proceed and file a question? Or, even better, have an appointment with the minister, go to his office, he will call all his officers and discuss all the stuff that we discussed. Thank you. And finally, the Honorable MP for Wajir South.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank Waziri for sobriety and expertise with which he has approached all the queries this afternoon. My question is about the massive destruction of the environment that's currently taking place in parts of my constituency, especially areas around the refugee camps. And I'm sure you have the same problem in other constituencies like the Dab, Fafi, and Lagdera in Garissa County. Waziri, what I would like to ask is, are you aware?
Order. That aspect of the environment was covered by the minister very exhaustively and talked about how the UNHCR must find an alternative to the wood fuel that they're using. And he talked about all that degradation. I know you came late, but then you can either look at the handset itself or ask those of us who were there. But then if you have any other question you want to ask on the basis...
Speaker, you know, it's a very critical subject, and I might have my newest contribution to the whole matter. I just wanted to ask the Waziri what is being done by the government to ensure that this wanton destruction to the environment, to the extent some parts of the constituency are turning into deserts complete with sand dunes, are reversed and also those responsible are brought to book. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. The Honorable Jamatia, because the Honorable Kamket mentioned you, but not on that matter. Just go straight on the questions that are there.
Thank you so much.
Don't open a Pandora box and a debate between Baringo and Pokot Itiati, no.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I also take the opportunity to thank the Minister for the good job he's actually doing. I have listened to him several times, articulating issues, environments, and I want to say at least we are on the right path. If you look around, Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister have also realized that every town in Kenya needs urgent attention on garbage, waste, and issues to do of cleaning, specifically Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, if you go everywhere you are in Nairobi today, you realize Nairobi is so dirty.
He handled that beat very exhaustively.
Exactly.
You must have come late, but anyway, I'll come later. You're not late for anything. But
Okay.
please ask us a question.
Thank you so much.
To be more exact on issues of,
On the order paper, yes.
Yes, which is on the order paper, which is this question of 130 years.
I don't want to go back to the order paper so much, but I want to...
Carbon credit, climate financing.
On carbon credit, you also want to know more on utilization. We have a very sparse area, specifically in areas of Baringo. How do we, take this to the people so that you can be able... Number two, I also want to retrace back a bit on the issue of Mukutani. There is no forest in Mukutani. Maybe I would take my time to visit the office of the minister and have proper clarification on this.
Which is absolutely the way you should handle this.
And also, because the officer Markoko had pronounced himself that there's a big forest in that area. I know he comes from the place, and I want to say I come from that place. There's no forest. There are utilities in that place. And lastly, I also want the minister to help me. How do we cap the issue of charcoal burning that is so rampant, specifically in our rural areas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Bura, for Garsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take exactly 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also raised to ask question. There was a presidential directives on Tana River Forest. I think you are in that function. The Kokane Forest, Wayu Forest, and Bangal Forest, which were gazetted irregularly without public participation. Also, Mr. Speaker, there is the sea intrusion into the delta, distracting farms, forest, grazing land at Kalota. I'm happy that DG NEMA is there. Even if the minister is new, I don't know what action is NEMA or the ministry is taking. Also, the last one, Mr. Speaker, you know the floods really affect the Tana Delta. And also the issue of Prosopis Madenge, which is really destroying our grazing land, our environment. What action is the ministry taking to curb the Madenge menace? Thank you.
Order MP for Garsen, for Galole.
Garsen.
For Garsen. Those are entirely different questions from what is on the order paper today. When this order paper is prepared well in advance and sent to the ministry concerned, they prepare themselves for questions that are supplementary to the matters raised in these questions. Now you are raising an entirely different thing.
But he has an answer on the fingertip.
Order. Well, he's at liberty if he has any information on that which he wants to give you now, but I would advise you, go and file questions on exactly. Members of Parliament don't have to be lazy and just wait. To what do you call it? To ride on, is it? What was it called? Joyride. To joyride on the questions of others and literally change the whole substance of what's being asked there and ask an entirely different question. Please, let's have... I was in this house myself when you will not be allowed at all to raise a matter that essentially is not on the order paper.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker, but I kindly ask because the people of
He will give you another taking, I'm sure. You can go and see him in his office. You can file another question, but I doubt if he has answers for the issues that you have just asked now. Now, Mutunga, ask your final bite, and then the minister is going to dispose of, is going to answer everything that was raised.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, before I ask a question on climate financing, a supplementary question. There was the issue of Nairobi River that I needed the minister to explain a bit. To what extent is the government going to develop the Nairobi River? Are we just cleaning it up, or do we envisage possibilities of making it like we see in other towns when you go? A channel crossing through the city, then hotels are built on both sides, and it can even have restaurants that are movable, that are mobile. So I don't know to what extent are we developing, and is the county government of Nairobi really part of that? Because it can be demarcated, the embankments can be done, dredging can be done, and we can have channels that can actually develop some touristic attraction for this country. Now, when it comes to climate financing, I like the approach the minister has taken. I listed the institutions to around 9 or 10, and I have just been wondering, what are you doing? When are all these institutions meeting and coordinating? And how are they focusing on simplifying these complicated issues so that we can have a formula like M-Pesa, where a farmer or they say anybody has got a piece of land that they want to do to cause carbon sequestration by establishing a woodlot or a forest cover. And then we can have a simple formula of quantifying. You are very able scientist, and I believe they sit on the negotiation tables during the UNFCCC negotiations. So I believe they must understand what is happening. And these people across who are corn donors use this opportunity to delay development in this part of the world, as my friend there put it, that they make it more complicated every year, so that you keep on negotiating and negotiating. Why can't we circumvent this as a country and benefit from this? And I know Kenyan farmers are very willing to go that direction because they are looking for alternative economic activities. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as an old leader of this House, I will answer all the questions, including the one for Mheshimiwa Kamket. But let me start with my very good sister, the member for Lamu East. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, at one time, she's called Captain Rueda. At one time, she was a captain. Me and President Uhuru and President Ruto, she carried us in our campaign. And when I was a leader of majority, every day she used to bring a question. So she's a very, very active member of parliament. And I have been to Lamu East. I think me and Professor Kindiki, we were the first ministers to land in that island. And then our president followed us and did the first road. I hope that road is working on it. I want to assure you, even this morning, one of our biggest partners as a country, the Germans, the German ambassador, I was discussing with him how we can work together on marine ecosystem, marine, mangrove, and everything. And the first constituency will be you. You know that. She's a great leader. She even helped me, Mr. Speaker, and the Kenya Defense Forces when we were dealing with insecurity in Boni and Lamu. There's one leader who's there. Honorable Sani, Mr. Speaker, is a good friend of mine. And I want to tell him today that I am an expert on climate issues. And there are ladies, two ladies in the Ministry of Environment. One, she's called Dr. Pacifica. She's the head of Climate Secretariat. And one is called Dr. Omambia. And their team, I have never met very competent Kenyans on climate change. But climate change and climate carbon market, all that we are dealing with is what you people passed under the Climate Act and Climate Amended. Mr. Speaker, in fact, many of the questions members are asking me is in the Climate Act as amended and the carbon market regulations that some of them were passed. And I really want to thank the House. Honorable Sane, I looked for that Gazette notice. That's why I said, if I can't find it, I will Gazette it again. But because I have asked the Chief Forest Conservator, we are going there. He's going to operationalize that forest. And I want to assure you, the request for operationalization has been received by the leadership and the board of KFS. They are working on the plans and the resources and mobilization. And take it from me, it will be done. But on climate issues, don't go that route. It's a very, very complicated. And climate carbon, Mr. Speaker, and climate market is international. Even the people we are dealing with, they are the polluters. Who are the polluters? They are not in the global south. They are not in Africa. They are in the global north. So, Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we deal with this matter. There was an issue on how do we deal with the pollution upstream. I think the moment we deal with the Nairobi River, and the Nairobi River, just to answer the last question, I think it was Honorable Chamatia, Nairobi River will be like the Thames River. 30. It will be one of the legacy signature projects of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And the county government of Nairobi is working with us. And we are going to put enough resources. And we are employing 20,000. People will... Mr. Speaker...
No, that was a slip of the tongue. He meant President William Ruto, not Uhuru Kenyatta.
I mean President William Ruto's signature project.
Order. Order, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
order. Proceed.
I spoke for President Uhuru Kenyatta for 8 years as a majority leader. And there's nothing wrong saying President Kenyatta. He was our leader. There's nothing wrong. But Nairobi River, the restoration of Nairobi River to look like the Thames River, the drenching and doing everything will be a signature project for Kenya Kwanza and more specifically for our leader, President, and the Nairobi leaders, the MPs who are here, the county governor, we are all together. Honorable,
proceed.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Wanjala has a very long history in our country. So you should not go that route. I think after I leave, we should talk outside. So on the issue of that, I think, Mr. Speaker, there is no way we can gazette a forest in a place where there's no forest. Take it from me. The people of Baringo should listen to me. You can only gazette a forest. You cannot even gazette a wetland to be a forest. But Mr. Speaker, through you, from the grapevine in my office, I am told there are many petitions concerning my ministry, and I'm not being called upon by the committee. So I want you today to ask the Committee on Petitions to invite me so that I deal with the matters of petition. That the ones I reject, I reject. The ones that require to be gazetted, I gazette. So the problem is, Honorable Kamket, is not with the executive. It is with the legislature. It is with the petition committee. And last parliament, Mr. Speaker, there was a reason why it was formed. But I want to ask you, if it has been gazetted, I will relook at it, review it, and council, and the Gazette. If it has not been done, I will even go to that place called Mukutani. I will visit with the chief forest conservator. He's sitting here. I will go with him. We have and we have our own chopper. I will overfly it. I don't need to go with you. I will go with the chief and he will show me the forest. If there will be no forest, Mheshimiwa Kamket and Mheshimiwa the leadership, Chematia, there will be no forest. I don't want to be informed.
No provision, order. No provision for informing the CS. Just go on. Go on the CS.
Mr. Speaker, there were many things that
you have to understand
the Speaker, you saved me. There were many questions which had nothing to do with a good question by Honorable Mtungo on carbon. The member for Emegwen. I think what happened was that the Forest Committee Association of 2016, which allowed land exchange, the Nandi County offered the land to KFS for exchange. It's in the process and we'll update you. And I'll fast track it. Chief Conservator, how many weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, we will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, the issue of climate finance is what will build on adaptation and mitigation. So we will build the capacity, the adaptation capacity of our vulnerable communities, especially in the ASAL. Honorable members from the ASAL, you know of an organization called Northern Trust Fund. It does carbon market and carbon trading. It has created conservancies in ASAL. I have sat with them. But the law you amended, you gave to me, 40% will go to communities. The only conservancy, in fact, there are only 2 conservancies. The oldest conservancy in Garissa County is in Ijara. The member for Ijara should sit with the NRT and ask them of the billions you have received as carbon credit, how did the Hirola Conservancy gained? But going forward with this law, 40% will go to the communities. The communities will sign something called Community Development Agreement. And who are they signing with? Somebody will come from America, from China, he'll come to your area, and he'll say, I've got a carbon market project. That carbon market project is where the community will say, we want education, we want water, and it must be 40% of the proceeds. And me being there, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure our people get it. Mr. Speaker, let me just repeat it, because what you and Honorable Member for Fafi and Honorable for Wajir South is unacceptable. And there was failure on government. UNHCR, I have spoken even to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. We will deal with that matter. I will deal with it. They have a global mandate on the affairs of our people in the refugee camps. We have nothing against, as the Kenya government, against the refugees. But UNHCR, whether they like it or not, they must provide an alternative source of energy to fuel wood.
Absolutely.
If we have to do 60% of the 15 billion tree growing strategy of the president and the government in the dry areas, and somebody is cutting, and Honorable Ado of Wajir South, please with your colleagues led by the speaker on the chair, I want us to go to that area. Ban those firewoods. Take the international community. We will expose UNHCR as one of the UN bodies. One of the UN bodies that is doing opposite of what the world is doing in the fight against climate change. Am I right, Mr. Speaker? I think I am very right.
Yes, yes.
So on that one, I want the support of the members.
Indeed.
And I think finally, Honorable William Honorable Mutunga, I will invite you when you are free. I want you to sit with the NEMA, where it is domiciled, the carbon market trading. I want you to sit with the lady called in charge of the climate secretariat, so that, and one of the times maybe when Parliament is meeting, we can invite, particularly the pastors parliamentary group. I think you have a summit. Yes. I think one of the agenda should be those experts to come and explain, and even to other members in Akamkunji, what the whole climate carbon market credit and trading is all about. And Mr. Speaker, I have stayed here for more hours.
I think
it is a very privilege to be here.
You've answered everything except one order.
Yes.
Except one thing.
Yes.
And that is the MP for Mgwen talked about young men and women who created their own nurseries.
Yes.
And how you will get them involved and maybe purchase those.
Yes, and on the issue of Tana River,
yes,
my very good friend, my good friend, member for Garsen.
Yes.
I don't want to say his nickname, but he has a very nice, famous nickname. I want to assure you, those areas which were gazetted forest in 2016, because of political expediency, I will revisit them. But as the Speaker said, help me bring a petition so that I can deal with it. Even me, I don't want to be accused of making roadside declaration or declaration on the floor of the House. As the Speaker said, bring a petition. But even before you bring a petition
bring questions.
Or question, I will ask the Kenya Forest leadership, CCF, and the PS to give us. We want the Kenyans to work with us. We want, Mr. Speaker, because I am a former member of Parliament, I always say it is good if ministers are politicians.
Always.
Because they feel the heat. And I have nothing against my colleagues who are not. I don't want to be misquoted. But when they are politicians, they know the problems. But Mr. Speaker, I've stayed here for long hours. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is my second home. The question on Nandi, for now, for the 15 billion, number one, because we don't want citizens and everybody to miss seedlings. 5 government institutions, if you go to them, you get seedlings. Kenya Defense Forces, NYS, Kenya Prison, Kenya Forest Service, KEFRI. They have the mandate to produce. Secondly, through the private sector and government, we are encouraging people, and we will buy from these young Kenyans and the private sector who have invested in seedlings. So the member for Emengwen, I can tell you, we have a plan for them, and we have a way to empower them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I cherish this House, and I'll always respect it, the House and its committee, and the members for you lead from the refugee. Please, I want you to stand with me. I will be very firm. I need your support. Mheshimiwa Ado's video has gone viral, and I think anybody who saw that video then will see what UNHCR is doing to the environment. Not now, they have done it since 1992 when the Speaker was a member of Parliament on Fort Kenya.
Minister, I think you've done your bit, and members are very happy, I can see. This has been one of the most animated debates where the interest was really, really high, and for good reasons. Now you can retreat, and then we will go to the business of the House.
Thank you.
You are free, Minister, with your team. Next order.
Order number 8, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
But he's not there. So what do you do? No. Karoli Omondi was on this matter, and he had a balance of 6 minutes, but I don't see him in the House. And I don't see any interest from any member here to contribute on the second reading of this, of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Bill, Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill.
There's no more interest, I reply.
There is no more interest, then you reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reply and thank the members who contributed to the proposed amendment to the Ethics and the Anti-Corruption Commission Act. We actually went through what the bill entails. It's a very short bill with only 2 proposed amendments, whereby, although it is a NADICO bill, the committee carried the first proposed amendment and proposed an amendment to the second proposal, which is a deletion. We were able to justify why we are proposing that we amend Section 5 on the qualifications of the chairperson of the commission. We believe that was convincing to the House. We also actually went on to explain why we were proposing a deletion to the proposed clause 3, which we are proposing to amend Section 2, and we are carrying on a deletion.
All the way to 20.
Our reasons were that, in fact, the contract of the chairperson is protected in law. He will serve for the balance of his term, and thereafter, that clause would be spent, and it would remain dead letter law in our statutes. So with that, we are saying the 2 proposed amendments are timely, save that we have to make a further amendment by deleting 1 proposal and carrying the other proposal to the next level, which is the 3rd reading of the bill. With those remarks, I beg to reply.
We now ordinarily have to put the question, but the chair is not going to put the question. This is to be deferred to another appropriate time, which will be communicated. Order number 10. Next order, number 9. Order number 9.
Order number 9, the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, second reading.
Where is the chairperson? He's not in the House? That one is also deferred to another date. That bill is deferred to another date. The second reading, conclusion of the second reading is deferred to another date. Yes. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023.
The leader of the majority is supposed to move this. He's not in. I also defer this one to another date. I direct that it be deferred to another date. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023.
Do we have the chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation? We don't have him in the House. I direct that this also be deferred to another date. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
These are also 2 bills, and both of them are also subject to order number 10. So under the circumstances, the chair directs that they be placed on the order paper. It's a committee of the whole House at another time and appropriate another time. I direct this be deferred also. Proceed on, go on. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, first report of the implementation status of House resolutions on committee reports and public petitions.
I realize that this has been debated, and the mood doesn't look, I don't think this also has to be deferred to another. The debate was supposed to be resumed. There's a balance of 2 hours and 12 minutes, but I don't think it'd be fair to to call for the mover to, because the debate has not been concluded. Under the circumstances, the chair also defers this to another date. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade and Industry and Cooperatives is not here. I direct also this matter also be deferred to another date. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, second report on employment diversity audit in public institutions.
This is also one that has to be moved by the Chairperson Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, and I don't think it's in the chambers, in the House. I direct this also be placed on the order paper at an appropriate date in the future. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, report of the extraordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, PAP.
I also direct that this matter also be placed on the order paper at another appropriate date, because I don't see any member of the Pan-African Parliament in the chambers to move this, so it's so deferred. Next order.
Order number 17, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, second reading.
Chairperson is also not in the House of this Committee on Finance and National Planning. I direct that this matter be placed on the order paper at an appropriate date in the future. Next order.
Order number 18, motion, consideration of reports on financial statements of State Corporation, Nyanza Region.
I do notice that also the Chairperson of Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education is not in the House. I direct that this matter be put on the order paper at an appropriate date in the future. Next order.
Order number 19, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2022, second reading.
The same also, I don't see the Chairperson, Procedure and House Rules Committee, or somebody who was delegated by the Chairperson under those circumstances to move this bill, and I direct that this bill, or this order number 19, be placed on the order paper at an appropriate date in the future also. Next order.
Order number 20, motion, third report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified state corporations.
This is also it's a third report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General. Under the circumstances, I do not see the Chairperson of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services and Administration and Agriculture to move this motion. I direct that this also be placed on the order paper at an appropriate date in the future. Honorable members, there being no any other business to be transacted on the order paper today, at the time being 7:25 or 7:24 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 8th of October, 2024 at 9 a.m.